Is it going? Is it going? It's going, I think. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Hi. Waiting for chat to catch up with me a little bit. It takes YouTube first, like a little... I'm a little tongue twisted. It takes YouTube a minute to sync up with OBS. I love when I have a stream tab open and then something starts playing and I'm just like, what is that sound and where is it coming from? Oh yeah, I did that. Okay, I cannot see chat for some reason. Where? There it is. There it is. Okay, we're good. We're good. Hi! How's it going? I have been extremely busy. What else is new? But busyness has ended. I've fulfilled my obligations of obligatory obligations. Those. My obligations of obligatory obligations. That's what I have fulfilled. I've been a little behind on Genshin stuff though, because I've played. Oh my god. This month I think I've played through three different games in addition to like the two I already am playing through. So that was a lot to do. They'll take me forever. I don't know how people do review channels. I really don't. I don't understand how it doesn't take them forever and ever and ever and ever to get reviews out. It's crazy. It's crazy. They don't play as much, probably. Yeah. Well, okay, that's true. I feel like a lot of reviews aren't story focused. Like I have to play enough of a story to, you know, get a good feel for it, and like that takes a long time because not only do you have to like go through the story and actually pay attention to the story, so you can't skip it, and that's like the thing that takes the longest in the game, or in all games, really. Can I? There we go. I don't know why I'm going up here. I just want to. That's the thing that takes the longest in the game. And then also you still have to progress through the game because a lot of things is like leveled locked. It'd be really nice someday if when they give me review accounts, if I can like get them to give me just maxed out characters from the start so I don't have to deal with that. Cheater mode. Cheater mode. Yeah. Mortismal does 100% reviews and is beast. Oh, I can't imagine. I mean, okay, so like I think if you do like non-live service games, it's probably not as bad. You know, I would assume it's not as bad because like those games are probably like anywhere from 30 to 80 hours, whereas in a live service game, one region is like 30 to 50 hours. Depending. But yeah. Obviously there's lots to do. I'm also, because of all this, I'm super behind on all things exploration. I've done some exploration, but I need to catch up a little bit. So we're just going to be running around kind of mindlessly. So feel free to chime in with anything. My brain's a little all over the place. I saw a couple of questions I'll come back to in a second, but I just finished playing through the new region for Star Rail, which was interesting. And I did it on like 3 hours of sleep. Not because of work, but because my dog still thinks that the mice in my house are ghosts. And she's terrified of them. And we had 2 mice in the house yesterday and the day before. And she kept me up all night. So playing Arcadia on 3 hours of sleep was something else. Let me tell you. It was quite the experience. I don't recommend it. Don't do it. Don't do it for sure. I also upgraded my computer, so now the only thing I'm waiting for is for the internet to be upgraded finally. And then I can have better stream quality. Finally. If you guys don't know, I don't know why you would know. Oh, right. Different controls on controller, I forgot. Oh, hi. If you guys didn't know, one of my dogs thinks that mice are ghosts, and she gets so upset that she like vibrates, like literally vibrates, and she also shivers and shakes and makes my whole bed quake because she gets up on the bed and then I can't sleep because she's like so scared, and then she drools and she pants, and it's like a whole thing. So yeah, she's absolutely terrified of mice. It's actually kind of, it would be funny if it wasn't like kind of sad. Oh, I should actually like probably set these up, huh? Okay. I should set these up properly. Yeah, anyway. So that's that. That's that. You quit HSR after M4As. I thought about it. I'm giving Plan Arcadia a chance for a bit. But I have played quite a bit of Arknight's Enfield, and I have been really enjoying that. That's getting added to my lineup, I think. I think that's what we're doing. We're gonna add that to the lineup. I saw someone ask about Zenless videos. I'm not doing Zenless videos for the foreseeable future. This is one of those issues where it's like, Zenless is kind of in a weird spot for me, because like, there's stuff I like about the game, but like, the developers are so reactionary that a lot of the changes they made were changes that I thought just kind of changed the vibe of the game into something that just wasn't for me anymore. So like, I actually had this situation where it was like, how to explain? So I have a lot of problems. This is going to seem like a side note or a roundabout little rabbit hole, but I have a lot of issues with the way Star Rail handles its story and stuff like that. But the reality is like Star Rail hasn't changed that much in terms of like what I expect from that game versus what it gives, you know? Like it did make longer stories and whatnot, and definitely did deeper lore and whatnot. But like at the same time, the stuff that I started playing Star Rail for is still there, even if I'm kind of like different levels of enthusiastic about it. A lot of the stuff that I really liked about Zenless Zone Zero, though, isn't there anymore. Like it's just gone. Like they just took it. And so like for me, like even though I have similar problems like writing wise and stuff with a lot of stuff that Hoyu does, it's a matter of like, why did I start playing this game? What is it that I like about these games? And then is that game still doing that thing? So for Genshin, they still do that thing. The things I started playing it for, which was primarily exploration, although we are getting a lot less of it, which is frustrating. And being able to have excuses to learn about lots of new things in like real world history and science and things like that, among other things, and doing kind of crackpot theorizing. Like they still provide ample room for that kind of stuff, even though I disagree with a lot of other choices. And Star Rail is kind of like in a similar boat for me, but Zenless is different. Zenless is different. Very different. So I have no plans to return to Zenless for now. We'll see what the next version brings. I'm watching it. But for one, I can't handle 4 games. I can't cover 4 games. It's just not going to happen. 3 is absolutely my limit for regular games that I can cover and play reliably for the type of content I make. And ideally, it would just be down to 2. So I'm trying to see how playing Arcadia turns out. If that turns out to be interesting. May or may not drop that. We'll see. Too much gaming? Yeah. I mean, that's essentially what it ends up as. 3 is definitely my limit, though. Definitely my limit. Because dailies alone for stuff take forever. And, like, I know you don't have to do dailies for all the games, but, like, what's the point in playing a game that you don't want to play? But that's kind of like where I'm at with Star Rail. Like, I don't really like most of the combat stuff that they do these days. Like, I think a lot of the combat in Star Rail is very weak and not that interesting. So, like, at this point, I just kind of pull 1 or 2 characters and then hyper invest into them. So that I can just auto battle everything. But, like, that's not very fun. So I just treat Star Rail as, like, a visual novel now. It's just a visual novel. So I feel less bad about it. But, you know. You know. The Orange Cow, thank you for your super. I found your channel because of the Nartzenquoits video. Best world quest in the game, by the way. Definitely at the top of the list. Obviously, I'm biased towards the Golden Slumber for reasons. But I do love the Nartzenquoits quest for many reasons. If you don't mind me asking, is there a particular Genshin lore video you've done that you feel extra satisfied about in retrospect? There's a few of them. I think without having to name a specific one, because I always forget the titles of the videos that I do because I A/B test them and then I don't remember which ones win. But the ones that I end up being the most proud of or most satisfied of are the ones where I make the most crack out there swings. And then it looks like those are totally wrong for like a year or more. And then something happens and it turns out it was pretty darn close or dead on. Can I not kill the last one? Apparently not. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, let me go. Let me go. Oh, interesting. It dropped? Let me look at something real quick. Come back here. I can't shoot things and monitor and talk at the same time. Oh, okay. Interesting. Don't know what happened there. I don't know if that's my computer or if it's my internet or if it's just OBS being weird. Either way.
Cry out my illustrious name.
Your internet has been awful, so you don't know if it was you or me. It was probably me. Or YouTube. It's one of the two. My internet's not great either. I have to do a lot of weird optimizations to even get to be able to stream at all. So there's that. It's probably YouTube though, because if everyone's just able to refresh and it comes back, it's probably YouTube doing a weird glitch. They've been having a few weird little glitch instances weirdly. But while I'm here, let me just quickly
I created
hop in here.
and founded paradise for Fischl
Huh.
and the Prinzessin der Verirrten.
I don't have any dropped frames. That's weird. Well, either OBS is lying to me or YouTube is being awful. It could be either, honestly. Is Ethernet better than using Wi-Fi? Yes, generally speaking. However, I have no such luxury. My internet is cellular. I don't even have wired internet into the house. So, not an option right now. There are fiber optic cars on my road, though. They've been wiring. I've been watching them for like 3 months. So if I'm lucky, I'll probably be able to get that. Yeah. Felix 30 frames or under still viewable. I mean, I play at 30 FPS, so that should be fine. Fiber optic cars, the cars for the utility guys who put up the fiber optic cables. I just shortened all of that. Am I going to pull for Varka? I haven't decided yet. Probably not, because I don't need another Animo DPS. I have almost all of them. So there's that, but also I'll withhold that decision until after the quest. I don't think I'll pull him before the quest though. I don't know. He just didn't really do anything in the Nod Cry quest, so I don't feel like I've seen much of him to choose. You know what I mean? You knows what it means? Moro Kuyumito. I hope I said that right. Hi. There's a really cool new world quest with the Light Keepers. Have you done it yet? If not, you should do it. It was really good. And it clicked with a lot of your cracked theory as well. Are you talking about the ones with Ilua? Is that the one you're talking about? I did do all the world quests. They kind of made me mad, but not for the reason you'd think. There's one thing in the world quest that makes me really mad, and I wonder if anyone knows what it is. I bet you won't know. That's my bet. That's my bet. I'll let you guys guess. The guy dying? No, not that. I'm gonna let you guess a little bit though, because I feel like it's kind of petty of me. Well, that actually might confuse you more. Let's see. The eye not being there before, not voice. No, I don't have any problem with those. No problem with those. There's probably an easier way to do this. Why is it going that way? You silly little thing. You're supposed to go over here. Reed Miller was fake, revealed too much, forced walking, no skip button. Nope, 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 not any of that. Yeah, I didn't think any of you guys would have the same issue as I did. That's not surprising, actually. So okay. Some of you might not even know this, but after you finish all of the world quests, like all of them, in Nod Cry. So like in the new region and in the original region islands that we got. If you do all of those, okay, I have certainly done something wrong. If you do all of them, Then at the very end, you'll meet up with Tolfin. He's the bard, which some of you may or may not remember. He was part of a couple of the quests. And he will just tell you everything at the very end of the quest. He'll literally just tell you everything. He will answer all of the mysteries. He'll tell you who was fake, who was the first, second, and third Reed Miller. He'll explain, like, everything. And that pissed me off so much. Not even what he said, just, like, the fact that he said any of it. And I know that sounds like a really, like, petty thing to get, like, annoyed about or mad about, but it's also the reason I haven't finished the Reed Miller video. Just because, like, I have a real issue with writers who remove too much ambiguity from their stories. Because the thing is like a lot of the mystery, I forgot what I was supposed to do here. A lot of the mystery that you get from these stories and stuff, a lot of the interest comes from the fact that we just don't know things. Okay, I forgot how this is. Oh, right. I remember. This thing is supposed to purify the other thingies, and then I'm supposed to use that to go slash. Right, I forgot. Don't judge me. It's been a minute. And I've been in many, many different games. I'm still regaining my bearings. But yeah, that was the part that got me. It was really annoying. I found it very annoying. There it is. All right, come at me. I'm gonna counter you. Wee poo. Now there's two. Yeah. Anyway, very petty of me. I know. Oh. But it is what it is. And I'll still make the video. I still gotta do that. I think the one thing I am actually kind of salty about is that when I made the History of Nod Cry video, I actually did have the entire section of I did have like the whole explanation of the entire Reed Miller story there. And then I decided to take it out because at the time when I wrote it, we knew that we were going to get another region soon. I'm just like, well, if they release the next region, they're going to give us the next leg of the quest. So maybe I should just wait until the next leg of the quest comes out. But the thing is at the time I was like, oh, you know what? There were at least 2 Reed Millers. And I had a hypothesis at the time in that script that I cut from the final video that Alia was the second Reed Miller, and I was right. So there was validation there, and I'm kind of mad that I didn't just leave that part of the video in. I really should have in hindsight, but whatever. Didn't see the third Reed Miller coming though. I saw a super that I missed. I have to go back to that in a second. But Paul Flannery, why did people start calling Nahida Lesser Lord again during the last world quest? I thought they should not remember the title because of Irminsul. So the Lesser is just like really badly translated, in my opinion, or localized is what I should say. From what I understand from the original translation, it should just be like little, like a very affectionate word for little, a little lord, which is like saying our cute little lord Kusanali. It's not really meant to be a greater lesser sort of thing. It's sort of like a play on words when there was a greater lord Rukkhadevata. But my understanding was that like that was not quite the original the initial or intended meaning for it to be greater and lesser. It's just big and little. So that's that part. Hold on. Okay, I missed a few things. Oh goodness, we had a lot of people joining the academia. Welcome, channel members. Welcome, new channel members. Do not forget to sync your account up to Discord. I have fixed the Discord issue, so hopefully that should, you know, sync easier. I don't know why people have been having a lot of problems with it. I think I fixed it. I feel like I fixed it. Probably fixed it. If I didn't fix it, let me know. I tried. Chris Neff, thank you for the super. Would you consider doing long play or doing playthroughs of stories or even non-gotchas? Yes, I would. It's just that, like, I think one of the reasons I'm hesitant to do it is because A, this is my stream quality. It's not exactly ideal for that kind of thing. And also B, I'm not a very reactionary streamer. I don't consider myself a very good streamer. I lack a lot of the, I'm missing I feel like I'm missing, maybe I'm not. Oh, I think I am. I think I see one. I think I'm missing a kuhenki. I don't know how entertaining it is to watch, I guess. My long plays. Because, like, most of when I play quests, I'm usually just, like, really quiet. My instinct isn't to react. So that's one of the reasons I just haven't done it, and I don't really do it. I don't really consider myself a streamer all that much. I don't think I'm particularly great at it. There are better people to watch that are more entertaining for that kind of thing. Jibby, did you mean to put a comma in that sentence? She's not good at reading, comma, chat, or she's not good at reading chat? Because first off, you guys are a little far behind me. Or I'm ahead of you. I don't know, one of the two. There's more than just chests there? Oh, we'll turn around. Keep in mind, I'm highly distracted. Is there more than chests there? I haven't looked. Did you read the note in the chests? No, but I can. Oh, I got distracted. Yeah, okay, the kuhenki are still there. Yeah, let's go talk to them. Oh. Oh, this one. Gotcha. I did read this. I just read it on the wiki. This is what is it? Is this the one that's part of the bunker quest? Yeah. Or maybe it's not. Maybe this is Hyperborea. Maybe I didn't read this one. Well, they're silly. Hi. Are you just gonna sit there? They're just gonna sit there. Okay. The bunker did feel a little... I gotta say, I loved the vibes of the bunker, but it felt super weird in the context of that whole quest because it did sort of feel like Narts and Kreutz Revisited because, like, they were all about the Doomsday Prophecy as well. And they were like a Doomsday cult and they raised a tower into the sky for Doomsday and all that kind of stuff. And they were trying to assimilate everyone into one being that could withstand the end times and everything. It's just really... It felt like a rehash of Narts and Kreutz, but, like, condensed. So that was funny. But it had really good vibes, I think. I think it had very good vibes. It felt out of place, but also rehashed. Yeah, a little bit. I think the issue with it is like, I don't, and maybe I just need to reread some of the stuff from the earlier quests. On like the Heasty Island and stuff. But like, I don't remember anything about any of the people mentioned in the bunker. Just straight up, I don't remember anything about any of them. And I don't know if it's just because there was too much time that passed in between, or if they just weren't mentioned. And I have to go back and revisit that. But that's what I think that's what made it feel out of place to me. I'm just like, wait, what? They were building a doomsday bunker? What? Oh, okay. That's interesting. I know a lot of people are saying after the skin release that HP is an AI, but what if the shades are the AI that broke up in parts, like how the Traveler's ship AI disconnected its IAM? Does that make a difference? I'm not actually sure what the difference would be if it was broken up pieces of the AI, or if the AI made the shades or whatever, or cast them from additional material, I guess. I'm not too sure what the difference would be there. Whee! Oh boy, now there's lots of questions. Hold on. Hold on. Verdian Fox, thank you for the super. I have a question. What was the sin that the 5 sinners of Conria committed? How exactly did they betray Conria? Nefer's part with Rerir's memory chest suggested they sided with the Abyss. I don't think we know. I low-key don't think we know what the sinners are. And if I'm honest, I almost feel like Hoyo changed their idea about what the sinners are and what sin they actually created. I'm not saying it's a... I have to be very careful with my word choice here. It's going to cause a lot of misunderstandings. So the way that Hoyo writes their stories, they write with a lot of ambiguity. And that's by design, not just because they want to create a sense of mystery, but also because sometimes they just don't know exactly where they want to go, and they need that room for flexibility to change things. And so one thing that happens here with the sinners is that it kind of made it sound like, oh, you know, the sinners caused the cataclysm and this, that, and the other thing. And then later on we find out, oh, no, it wasn't the sinners that caused the cataclysm. The cataclysm was happening and the sinners were kind of like a byproduct, sort of fallout, residual, whatever. It was actually caused by Ermin doing Ermin things or whatever, right? Like, however you want to slice it. I don't know why I'm climbing this thing. I just kind of started and now I'm here. So I kind of think that in a lot of ways, whoever was in charge of writing the initial premise for the sinners and stuff like that, I don't think they're the ones who are currently in charge of writing the story now. And I think that whoever is writing it now changed their mind on what should be done with that plot thread. And it's not a retcon because it doesn't retroactively change anything in the continuity. But it is sort of like, my friend uses the term retrofit, which I kind of like. I think it's a good I think it's a good term for this. Oh, hey, look, a viewpoint I didn't get.
Too slow.
So I think it's hard to say in some ways. And actually, honestly, like retrofitting, The plot is potentially how some of the things I've predicted have come to pass much later, even though it looked like they weren't going to. It's probable that the original idea was not in that direction, and then they changed their mind later to be like, you know what? We should actually go in this direction instead. And it just happened to serendipitously line up with something else that I did. I've seen something like that happen. Like that phenomenon is definitely not limited to me. It's just, obviously I pay more attention to it when it happens to me because it's my stuff. Have there been any direct retcons in game? No. Yesn't. Again, it really depends on how you look at the retrofit. I really like the term. I'm going to use it a lot from here on out. Homestuck has retroactive foreshadowing, so much stuff in the early story that Andrew Hussey can then use as they wish later in the story if they need to draw on something. Yeah, that's another technique that gets used a lot. But like, I think the Moon Sisters are a pretty good example of a retrofit, honestly, because like what they were planning to do with the moons, if you just look at the sort of stuff that they laid out, it's very different from what we got later. Like the way they were setting up the moons made it feel like they were gonna go in a very different direction. And then they're like, you know what? We either can't go in this direction because of all these other things that we went and did, or we just need to condense and accelerate this portion of the story to the point where some of this stuff needs to get, you know, not discarded, but also just not elaborated on or addressed. And that is not a retcon because it didn't actually change anything about the, you know, it didn't change anything about the lore around them. Like they didn't change who created them. They didn't really change what happened to them necessarily, you know, but what they ended up doing with them wasn't proportional to the buildup that they had. And that's sort of like, to me, the hallmark of either poor writing, which is arguable here. Difficult to say because we just don't have access to the kind of knowledge that would tell us that kind of thing. Why are you following me? Or it's just the result of a direction change. That's all. And that's kind of how I see, that's how I see the retrofits. Yay. The login screen is Dream Aria, yet that seems less significant now. Yeah, it's little things like that where you could kind of see like the initial direction and then they just kind of take it somewhere else. And again, if it doesn't break any of the lore, it's not a retcon. So, you know, it's just the writing style. And it is what it is. Yeah, you know, like now that you mention Nodcry and Natlan, we could also argue the same for Fontaine, because like the lead up into Fontaine was about a very different type of story than the one that we got, which makes it seem like even though like none of the stuff that was in the lead up turned out to be false, it was just that ended up not being the focus. They definitely shifted their opinion on what should be the focus of that quest and didn't change the lead up portions to match, basically. Same for Natlan. I think Natlan is a similar situation, although because Natlan was so isolated, I think that one's a harder one to make an argument for. Cyros Gold, thank you for the super. Thoughts about the name Reed Miller being related to controlling the Sampo mill or milling reeds, aka making ridges along the edges of coins? I've written about both of these things. In my first Reed Miller video, I pointed out that the Sampo was a mill that milled grains. Reeds are grains. Well, reeds are grasses. Grasses create grains. Therefore, a reed miller is a grain miller, and a Sampo mill is the grain miller, and therefore, there you go. And that's pretty obvious. The other thing is that the original reed miller's name, the first reed miller, his real name was Aurelian, which means gold, or gilded, or golden. And the Sampo mill also milled gold. So, like, it's very fitting all the way around. As far as, like, the milling of coins, I think that might have actually been an incidental or, like, a sort of, I think that might be just some coincidental wordplay. Honestly. I think it might have just been the reason why it's reed and not grain miller or gray miller. I don't know, something like that. Aurelian? Yeah, that's his name. They spell it with a V instead of a U, though. So it's Avrelian, but I don't think you pronounce the V that way. I think it's meant to be pronounced Aurelian. Do I have a theory on who Zhongli really is? Oh, right, because of the lantern, right? You guys probably want to know about the heavens, my thoughts on the Heaven Star thing, because I won't make a video on it. I saw Min's made a video on it, but I didn't watch it yet. I haven't had time to, so I actually have no idea what she wrote about it. But it seemed like she had a really cool idea. I don't have nearly as cool of an idea. And I know that without having watched her video because... how do I put this nicely? I don't actually think the name is that big of a deal. Let me put it in another way. If Zebai, who is a regular Seelie, is able to be a lunar envoy, and Seelies are also apparently called or referred to as the morning stars, then being Heaven's Star could be something akin to being something like a solar envoy. And to me, that would just make Zhongli the equivalent of Zebai, but just for a different entity. I told you it wasn't going to be nearly as interesting. Now, as far as like his identity, I don't know, honestly. Like I can make a case for several different identities, and I have. I've made cases for several. I just don't know that I can argue that one is more true than the other. And to be honest with you, I almost wonder if Hoyo had one idea for him in the beginning and has since changed their plans. Which is why Zebai is the most frustrating release to have happened in a while, because she says absolutely nothing and implies so many things. It's very frustrating. Do you know how frustrating it is to have a character that's just like, oh yeah, I know all this stuff, and then just doesn't elaborate? Like, okay, great, thanks, awesome. And it's not like they would have had this limited to like a limited time event either, which is I think another frustrating thing, because Zebai, this is like basically Zebai's story quest. And because it's Zebai's story quest, it's like that's gonna be permanent. So you could have told us things. You could have made this like Archon quest interlude dependent too, if you really wanted to, because like you did it with Ayaka. You know? Like they could do that. They just choose not to. They're just like, yeah, we don't want to tell you. We're just gonna make you think things are really important. And they might be, but they also might not be. And you'll never know until we decide that you can know.
How amusing. The price.
I just overloaded myself to death. That's funny. Whoops.
Unnecessary.
Minsleaf suggested that Zhongli was a deadly self that was made to avoid erosion but lost his memories, and that's why he doesn't tell his story. Oh, yeah, I could see that. There is an interesting theme around self-fragmentation, or the separation of self, or the distribution of self. A lot of Genshin is a commentary on the self. Okay. I think I just can't do this with Wanderer because he's Animo and it's screwing with the Animo slimes. Either that. Or like, oh my god. Yeah, no, I'm just doing this manually. This is annoying. Oh my god. Use the plant shield thing. I mean, I could, but I could also just do this. I could also just shoot them. You know, that is a valid option. Oh, there they are. Did I get them all? Nope, just one. Someone responded to me where they claim they always kept up with the lore and said Nodcry retconned the moons, claiming the lore has always said all 3 moons were destroyed. What? I mean, they were. All 3 moons are dead. So, I mean, that's still not... See, that's what I mean about retcon versus retrofit. Because the way that they also handle lore in this game, they rely heavily on unreliable narrators and in-game... The interpretations of different characters in-game based on, you know, who they are and what information they have access to in the world. And so, like, not all the information we get is always reliable, which is, again, why I keep saying retrofit instead of retcon. And it's... I feel like it's equally frustrating in some ways, though, because like when it comes to writing, the important thing isn't so much to be consistent as it is to be satisfying. And the biggest way that you are able to satisfy readers and provide like a satisfactory experience or like just a good experience is to make sure that whatever expectations you set are the expectations that you meet, right? So if you set the expectation that your game is going to be this dark, dirty, gritty, you know, psychological horror thriller, and then you do none of those things, even if your game was really good and like well written and everything else, like you did not satisfy player expectations, and so you are going to get a very, very bad reaction to it. And I think that's what's really frustrating sometimes about the way that lore gets handled, not just in Hoyo games, but like in live service games in general. Because when you have a game that runs for a really long time, it's hard to, you know, meet expectations just because you have the element of time and marketing that you have to contend with and compete with, right? So I think that's challenging. Noxus, thank you for the super chat. In retrospective, child voice line saying, "Be careful around Columbina" is hella funny because Sandrone said that Capitano brought him to the girls' tea parties. See, that's exactly what I mean, though. That's exactly what I mean. Because you can see the breadcrumbs for things that, like, were meant to be a little bit more unsettling. Right? But I do think it's funny that, you know, Wander is basically like, yeah, no, I'd totally fight her, but you probably shouldn't. Because to me, it's like, he also, I don't know, I feel like he'd be fine fighting a moon. He's like, no, I'd do it. It's fine. You don't have to. You probably shouldn't, but I'll do it. But it also, I also understand where it doesn't make any sense at all. And just in some respects, I agree. Because, like, it does make it sound like Columbina is a lot more hostile than she ended up being. Or at least a lot more, not hostile. That's not the right term. It's more like, I don't want to do these. I don't like these. Not hostile so much as, you know, like when you have a super overpowered child character who like just doesn't understand consequences, or that things suffer, or that things can die or whatever, and then they just like do really horrible stuff. that dangerous naiveness that I think they the original concept for Columbina was probably more along those lines. But even then, like, they probably always planned for her to be related to the moons. That part I totally believe. The question is just like, to what respect, right? Ellenus, yeah, a bit like, yeah, like Ellenus or Big Durin, right? Like, they didn't understand that they were hurting things. They were just big and deadly and dangerous. And like, that's kind of the reason why it would have made sense for Columbina to be a bit more that way. And that's one of the reasons why I say they probably retrofit her a little bit more. But again, it doesn't contradict anything that they said. Technically speaking, they're right. She is a little bit unsettling. She's not all there. She doesn't feel quite human because she's not. And also, she is incredibly powerful, so you probably shouldn't fight her. It doesn't directly contradict anything, but it's still, the way it's laid out still sets incorrect expectations, I think. You'll never believe her eye mask was just so she couldn't view the evils of the world. Yeah. Things like that. That's what makes this tricky. That's what makes this tricky. And this is also one of the reasons why you really shouldn't get too attached to certain ideas or characters or plot settings or premises or whatever too far in advance, like before they get here. Honestly, especially with Hoyo, because Hoyo's got a reputation for this kind of thing. So, there's that. 'Tis what it is. She ended up being pretty fun anyway. Creatrix Tiara, thank you for the super. Traveler and Paimon have become way more trusting of the Fatui than they were at the start, and I wish that dissonance was explored more than, oh, I guess Linny and Co. were nice, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I understand that. There is a bit of a disconnect when you look at the stuff that the Fatui do. And the fact that we still fight the Fatui all over the place, I think is also a little bit confusing. I also wonder about the Adventurers Guild thing. I find that has some dissonance to it. Like, the Pants Man just gives you money? And just pays, like, what? Why do they have Ad Astra Abyssosk as their slogan? Also, why does the Pants Man fund it? What are they looking for? That kind of, you know what I mean? Like, it's very, something's not quite right with that. I should probably look at the screen when I'm playing. That might be helpful. I should actually do my rotation correctly too, but I don't. I didn't really wanna. It's fine. It's not needed.
Unnecessary.
It does feel odd. It does feel quite odd. Why are we a part of it if we... That's the other thing is, like, if we are a part of the Adventurers Guild, the Adventurers Guild is just a reskinned version of the Fatui. Except, it's like being in an MLM, but like a subsidiary of an MLM. So you were just like, oh, well, I avoided that MLM. And then you end up working with this other company, and then you just don't realize that you are still technically part of the MLM. You're just part of like a reskin of it, a shell company, so to speak, right? Like it does have that kind of vibe. I find it a little odd. It is a little odd to me. It is a little odd. I am curious to see how they resolve that. This is much easier to do on mobile. Controllers, the controller commands for doing this stuff is just so strange. And I'll never understand them because I'm just like, you have so many underutilized or completely unutilized buttons. Why do you make these weird combinations? I don't know. Nicholas, thank you for the super. Did the prophecy undermine Fontaine's greater story? No, this is a different problem I think Hoyo has. I think Hoyo has this is more of a cursed problem. And I call it cursed because I don't think there's actually a good answer or solution for it. But so this was pretty apparent, I think, in the in Acts 7 and 8 of the Archon quest, right? Because like, in order to understand what Sandroni was trying to do with the world formula, you kind of needed to know what the world formula was, and to do that, you really should have played the Narcissus and Kreutz questline. But they knew that not everyone was going to play it, and they kind of couldn't really require everyone to play it. I mean, like, I guess you could. But that raises a different problem, which I'll come back to in a second. But like, because there's information in a world quest that you need for the main quest, like they have to do this weird thing where they sort of condense the entire world quest's contents, or at least like all the important points, into the Archon quest, into the main quest. And it's really awkward even for the people who haven't done the world quest. Like, it becomes very apparent that they haven't done it. It almost feels like a call out in a lot of ways. For the people who have done the world quest, it's like, well, yeah, like, obviously, like, why do I have to do this all again? What do you mean? And like I said, you could make the world quest required, but like that adds a lot of extra time onto your questing if you want to do that. And the Archon quests are already quite long because Hoyo doesn't understand brevity, which is a bit of a rich critique coming from me, in fairness. But like, not only would it add a lot more quest time, but like, the world quests aren't voiced, so it's going to feel even more awkward and make it even harder to pay attention. And then also it takes away a lot of the agency that you have in an open world game, because part of the, you know, appeal of an open world game is kind of like you can pick and choose what you do and when you do it, right? And you kind of need to sort of discover some things just accidentally. Like the exploration has a lot to do with just like, freedom of exploration has a lot to do with being able to just discover things. And if you force someone to play through a world quest that you're supposed to just be able to discover for the purposes of a world, for an Archon quest, then like you kind of take that away. And there's not really a good way to resolve that. without making the world quests just not matter that much. Right? Like, it still feels really disorienting that there is a world-ending device in the volcano in Natlan, and there's literally a bad ending to the whole game in that world quest. And somehow it has no bearing at all on anything. Like, what do you mean the Heavenly Principles hasn't done something about this? You mean they killed Orobashi for reading a book? But they won't touch Kukulkan for reactivating, like, literally the singularity device? Like, what do you mean? So it creates this level of dissonance, right? So I think that's a hard thing to do. I think that's a really hard thing to balance. And I also feel like in Nod Cry, Hoyo's kind of realized what they've done as far as that curse problem has gone. And they're trying to find ways to resolve it. And it's just really difficult. There isn't necessarily like a good answer. What am I doing with these? I don't even know. Am I supposed to throw it at this thing? Whee! I don't actually know. Did I notice in the new animated short during the close-up of Alice's eyes, she happens to have red, blue, and yellow dots reflected in them, considering Zabai and the Moon Sisters? I have a fun Alice theory. I'm considering it my my moonshot of Nod Cry. My one big you miss all the big swings you don't take theories. I got a big one. It's half written. I just haven't finished it. I will eventually. I'll get there eventually. I don't actually know what I'm supposed to do here. I should probably read the tutorials. I don't read the tutorials. Valkyrian, thank you for the super. Could Conria be on the moon? The Hex Witches have all seemingly hinted at the possibility. Alice's Trilunar Sigi explanation, Mona Hex Quest, etc. I think that would be a really difficult thing for them to pull off. I think it would be really difficult for them to pull off. Because, A, we've been to the Frost Moon. That is now technically Columbina's body. I feel like they'd probably notice. You know? I think she'd probably notice if there was something on her new... Oh. I'm supposed to bring them back here. Okay. There were instructions that I didn't read. Right. Cool. Awesome. Bring the 2 runaway. Oh, they want the ones farther away. Okay. I understand. I understand. I got it. Half finished, you say? No, I actually wrote it 4 months ago? Am I supposed to put them on the rocks? Oh. What? Oh, okay. I don't know what I did. But I got it. So we'll count it as a win. What did you... Oh, no, I wrote it several months ago, actually. I didn't end up doing anything with it. I don't want to do that right now. We're not gonna save the wolf. He can handle himself. I don't remember why I didn't finish it. There was something else I was working on, and then I got distracted. Again, what else is new? What else is new? I am nothing if not very easily distracted. Go, my ram! Meh. Yeah. Find for me my treasure.
You even want this?
Oh, I remember why. I can't tell you why. Because if I tell you why, I'll tell you one of the twists. I can't, oh. And I can't do that. You see, I can't tell you the twist. Because it's a twist, it'll spoil it. It'll spoil the whole thing, and no spoilers. No spoilers.
Too slow.
I remember why I didn't finish it, though. Okay, now I'll add that to my list of things I'm supposed to finish. Because I am supposed to finish that. I'll do that. How did you breathe in the moon in the Archon quest? It's been really bothering you. Listen. Why is that the thing that bothers you and not the fact that the moon literally changed sizes in the 2 shots we saw it? Like, when you first see the frost moon and it breaks through the firmament, right? It's like one size that's not that big. And then when you go to the moon, after they put it back inside of the false sky, which is apparently way bigger than anyone actually thought it ever was, it's a totally different size. Like, just 2 very different sized moons. It makes you wonder if you're actually on the same moon. How big are the moons actually? I don't know. But yeah, it's... I'm really suspicious of that moon being an actual moon. I really am. I'm very... Nothing is going to bother me more than the fact that the Traveler went all the way to their spaceship, which they've been looking for 5 years now, mind you. And the only thing that they checked when they got there was their closet and the flight logs. What do you mean that's all they checked? Because see, like, even if you suspend disbelief and you're just like, oh no, like that makes sense. Obviously, they just, you know, wanted to check a couple things. They didn't mention something else, or they had no reason to check all these other things, or like what you, however you rationalize it, it's still weird to me. And it makes me really, 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 really suspicious of the fact that that is not a moon. Or at least not the moon we think it is. I don't know, man. I'm suspicious of it. Very suspicious of it. Have a present. He doesn't like my present. That's unfortunate. I liked my present. That was a good present. Whee! I do like to zip zoom around like these guys sometimes. They fun. Come here. Oh, there he is.
Quit following me.
It's not a moon, it's a battle station. Well, I mean, yeah, technically. I mean, it was a weapon. So, technically, yeah, I guess. That's not wrong. Opinion on the moon fragment with the door at the Fatui base? With the door? What? What does that mean? What do you think of the story that Nicole told us in her reputation class? I'll be honest, I don't remember it.
By royal decree,
Which one was that? If I don't remember, that probably means I didn't think much of it.
Squall and fury.
What story did she tell us? Nicola Coco? Oh, the fiction-y one thing. Right. Honestly, I don't remember the particulars of it. I figured we'd just get more of it later and I'd just review the whole thing later. I should look it up. I should look it up. I'm sure I'll remember it if I look it up. Hold on. Hold on.
Nothing is pure freedom in this world. Even the wind cannot blow on forever.
The thing is I just take so much of what they say now with salt. Or rather, I take so much more salt with whatever they say. I think that's a good way to put it. And part of that is because there's just too much, and I just cannot. I just can't give everything equal attention. But at the same time, I'm also been a little bit. I don't want to say disappointed. That's not quite the same. It's not the same. My expectations for what they're going to do with something haven't been met. It's not disappointment so much as like, oh, that wasn't as relevant as I thought it was going to be, kind of thing. Because there's been so much of that lately, I've just been kind of putting less weight on the things that don't immediately catch my interest. Let's see. I have it up. Hold on. Yeah, I didn't think anything of this story, actually. The reason why, okay, I remember this now. The reason why I didn't put much focus on this is because it reminded me too much of Vera's Melancholy. And if anyone has to make me read that book one more time, I think I might pass out. Yeah. This reminded me way too much of Vera's Melancholy. I just filed it under that folder and called it a day. I remember now. I remember. I'm sorry if that's a disappointing answer. I just didn't have that. I just didn't have anything interesting to say about it. I just didn't find it interesting at the time. Oh, I missed one. I'm sorry. Cyrus Gold, thank you for the super. There was an old scary theory. If Bina opened her eyes, they would mind control you or drive you mad like some eldritch entity, and it was almost true. I think that would have been a really neat direction to go with all the fate stuff that they have. But it sounds like they just wanted to focus more on a tragic heroine, a damsel in distress, a damselette, if you will, than they did a Medusa archetype. Although I do think Medusa would have been really fun. I think that would have been really fun. But what I like isn't necessarily what Hoya wants to do, so it is what it is. Oh, wait, we were talking about Conria being on the moon. Oh, my goodness. And I got really distracted. You guys, case in point. Distraction. Many of the case. Yeah, I'm not convinced Conria is on the moon. I wanted to talk more about the suspicious moon thing because I don't know if you guys saw this. You can look it up on Reddit easily enough. But there was someone who data mined the model for the area that we fly through in that one Colors Out of Space quest. Remember the one with the big blue and red Kuvaki balls, and then like they kind of collide together, and when they do, you get sent through this like crazy liminal space. Well, someone data mined the model from that flight thing, and two things are really, really, really interesting about it. The first is that it literally looks like a space city, or it looks like the surface of the moon, for one. That could change if you add different textures to it, because I think that model was mostly untextured, but it was also kind of untextured in the class too, so it's kind of like whatever. But it looked like a city or a palace or a sort of fortress. But it also looked just like... Hold on. I've been slacking on my fish. Oh, wait. I didn't want to go under that one. It looked just like one of these. The way the whole city was laid out looked just like this thing. Oh, the person who did that's in the chat? Oh, cool! Hi! Wait, who are you? I didn't backread it. Oh, that was you! Audie Murphy! That was really cool. You made one of my lore buddies have an absolute meltdown. I was subject to ample online screaming for many days because of you. But no, she was really freaking out about this thing, because this thing looked so like the patterns of that planetary structure looked just like this thing. It was laid out just like it. Do you have the image for evidence? I'm sure someone can find the Reddit thread. I mean, Audie has the file. I'm sure they know where it is. I don't have it on hand personally. I have it saved in a document where I was looking up something about abyssal life forms. But I'm sure it can be found pretty easily. But yeah, so just because of that, I think it's possible to argue that that's Conria, but also that would just mean that that Conria is built on Columbina's body, sort of, or her vessel. And I think that's tricky, but also it's very possible that I'm still really sus of the Archon quest ending the way it did and saying that that is like that nothing has happened, right? Like to just say it was so easy that Columbina is now here and that she's fine, and now she's also the moon, and the moon is in the false sky, and now Zabai is going. The thing about this that I'm going to say here is that Zabai kind of refutes some of this, but I'm still really sus about Columbina's moon being the actual moon because of the city, because of just the way it happened, because of all of the lead up that we've had for it. Like there's a lot of things. But if it is her body, I mean, or it is like the real moon, it feels really weird for Conria to be on it. But if it's not the real moon or whatever, then you could argue that Conria is on it, and then what we see, with that city could be remains and stuff like that. But I feel like the odds are still kind of low, regardless. This is where the bunker quest is, by the way, for those of you who haven't done it. It's over here. I wanted to get the pineapple because I apparently didn't get it last time. But Zabai kind of like... I don't necessarily know if she proves that that is the real moon. But she does... Tivat has its own laws, as we know. And I think one of those laws is that there is one moon in the sky. And that there can only be one moon in the sky. Not because there only ever was one moon in the sky, but just because I think the Heavenly Principles after, you know, the War of Funerary Flame probably decided there's only going to be one moon in the sky because there's only one moon that remains because they destroyed the other two moons, right? So if you break the rule of having two moons in the sky, then one of the moons has to go away. That makes sense to me because it's the same with like the Durans, right? You can't have two Durans. You have to only have one Duran, and they will vie for, they will compete for which one takes dominance, like which one takes over. That's basically all of Durin's quest. Oh, my poor puppy. So the fact that Zabai was basically trapped and holding together the fake moon for all this time, and that fake moon is now dissolving, implies that there is an actual moon in the sky now. It's just that
There's no such thing as pure freedom in this world.
there is a weird disconnect that I can't reconcile yet, and I don't know how to articulate it, but it doesn't feel right. This is a completely vibes-based take, okay? It's a completely vibe-based take.
Relax.
With the way they've wrote both HI3 and HSR, doing a 180 at the last minute is fully normal for them. I have a comment on the HI3 one. But give me 1 minute because Fenris is staring at me with an empty water bowl. Hold on, hun. Here you go.
There's no need to exchange pleasantries. It's
I think it's raining.
to force a conversation.
Right, what was I being asked? I was being asked something. I also saw there's supers I've missed. I will go on. Oh, right, HI3. Right. So, I was talking to another friend of mine about Star Rail writing, specifically about Amphorius, and then she went on to talk about what happened with the equivalent story arc in Honkai Impact 3rd. And what she said was that there was one writer who was in charge of the... I've gone around in circles. we're gonna go up here so that I stop going around in circles. Hold on. She said there was one writer who was in charge of the story going up to the early Elysian realm. And that guy had a very different idea of what kind of story that was going to be told there. And then the lead writers got changed. And the new lead writer had a very different idea with what he wanted to do with the story. So, like, if you guys are familiar with Amphorius, the character Cyrene is based off of, and who shares her name, Alicia, was in Honkai Impact 3rd. And originally she was written to be some kind of, like, eldritch being, like someone who is... dangerous because they don't know how powerful they are. They don't really understand humans correctly, right? That's kind of how she was written to be a liar. She was written to be kind of like a faker kind of thing, among other things. And then the new writer basically took her and just like, nope, she's going to be Mary Poppins, practically perfect in every way. And changed a lot of what they ended up truly doing with her. So it was one of those instances where it wasn't actually like that they retconned anything. Again, it's more that they retrofit that character and just went in a totally different direction. You know? And they do that a lot. And in this particular case, it was not necessarily because Hoyo changed its mind, it's because they just had a change in leadership for that particular game and that department. So oh, I see some good questions, but I need to address a couple other ones that I have skipped because I've been missing things. Hold on a sec. That launched me right up here. Goodness gracious. Muhammad us off. thank you for this super. I thought Rarier is the Wild Hunt, but it doesn't any other theory on it because next version should solve who's something else doing this. I'm gonna interpret those words. So I think your question is, I thought Rarier was a Wild Hunt, but it doesn't really seem like it. And it seems like, yes, that's probably the case. It seems like the Wild Hunt is an abyssal phenomena that appeared around the same time as Rarier, or that Rarier was basically a part of the Wild Hunt at one point. Like, the Wild Hunt was an abyssal manifestation that sort of showed up with Rarier, and he was kind of mixed into it, and then Dottore apparently rebuilt him so that he became more separate from it. But I don't know. I would love to be able to, like, give a really solid answer on it, but, like, I think the Wild Hunt is literally what it sounds like. In Norse mythology, the Wild Hunt was supposed to be a procession of the souls of the dead. And in Nod Cry, it seems like that's exactly what it is. It seems like these are the souls of the deceased. The abyss is basically taking the shape of the dead and trying to mimic them and sort of not really necromance them because they're not really reviving anything, but creating these undead copies. That seems to be a little bit more about like the direction they decided to go with it. So I'm not really sure if we're going to see any sort of satisfying reattribution of who or what the Wild Hunt is beyond an abyssal phenomena. Limited to Nod Cry for the time.
Too slow.
That just seems how what they've decided to do with it. Shoo, there's that. Whoa. Oh, look, a chest. Nagar Ventil, thank you for this super. Hello, it's my first time catching you live. Hello, welcome to your first live. I don't know whether to congratulate you or feel bad, but hi. You have a weird question, though. There has been a theory around the last couple of days that Dottore has a prosthetic arm. Could he be the one-armed sage? I was talking to two friends of mine about this very thing, like this morning, and yesterday, and the day before, and a few days before that. For a multitude of reasons. If you guys don't know who the one-armed sage is, perhaps we should take a little field trip. Okay. Listen. Let's see if I can remember where these things are. I think we're over here. Okay. A few years ago, back when we were in Sumeru, which is objectively the best region. I know people are going to disagree. It's fine. I'm biased. It's fine. I'm entitled to my opinions. Leave me alone. Right. So, back when we were in Sumeru, there was this quest over here. Well, throughout this whole region here, where, gliding is not faster. Okay. This is Tunigi Hollow. Basically, this place was completely overtaken by the Abyss during the Cataclysm 500 years ago. And this was basically where the Abyss crept up out of the inside of the earth and started flooding the land. And so this is basically the spot at which Sumeru launched its primary defense against the Abyss, which is why this is also roughly the location of where Egeria died. She died over here. And she was turned into a tree in this oasis. But like this is like ground zero for Sumeru's abyssal invasion, right? So there was actually a group. There was There was a 8th Darshan, I believe. And they were kind of like unofficial, or rather they left the academia and that kind of stuff, and they were led by a one-armed sage up in this area. And I believe it's been a hot minute. I think some of them were also exiled in a lot of ways. Some of them I think were exiled because they were mad scholars. And then I think some of them were just followers. But anyway, 7th, right, yes, 7th. So this one-armed sage basically taught, basically led some of the defensive actions into this abyssal stuff. And then they also partnered up with one of the Pari, well, several of the Pari, specifically Zervan over here, this little guy, partnered up with him to suppress the abyssal disaster. And then they left behind a bunch of books and teachings and all sorts of other stuff. And they were connected to Nagarjuna and also the dude who tricked Sorush into becoming the Bloom Guard and then unlocking the seal over here on the Mirror of Aposha to revive the Ageria tree, this big thing. So that sage is described as being one-armed. And apart from that, we know little to nothing about him. But recently, Dottore fans have analyzed that one, that last event that we had in Sumeru. The one where we went to, the one where we met Thoth. You know, the lunar envoy. And one of Deshret's 7 sages. When we met Thoth, we also got to see young Dottore. Very young Dottore. And it looked as though he only had one arm, right? One arm. And, it was also pointed out by the same fans that the Dottore in the Archon quest seems to have a prosthetic arm, or one arm that looks far less organic than the other one does. And actually, come to think of it, we can look at him so you can see what I mean. Oh. I didn't actually fight him outside of the story yet. Maybe I should do that. Right! I should do that. I haven't had a need to. Whoops! I guess we can go unlock it just so that I can have the entry. I don't want to fight it, though. I don't have the brain power. I actually don't even know where it is. Where is it anyway? Oh, it's right here. Okay. I'll go get him in my thing, but I'm not gonna, like, fight him properly, okay? We're just going for the end. Do I have to kill him to get him in my entry? I don't, do I? I just have to fight him. I mean, you can actually see it from here. Well, I can't view my thing. So do I have to engage? I don't want to fight him again. Okay, I've started the fight. That's fine. I'm gonna see. I got one shot. Gotta bring Charlotte in and use the camera. Yeah, if I want to die. I mean, I already died, but that's not the point. Okay, let's see if that'll add him to my dictionary. If it doesn't, that's gonna be really fun. It doesn't! You have to beat him? Oh, man. Do I have to? Really? I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Fine. Oh, gays are mean. It's not that I can't, I'm just lazy. I'm just lazy and his mechanics are really annoying. It's really annoying mechanics. Or maybe they're not annoying and it's just me. I don't know. I find them annoying. Oh. Level 60, that was fast. Okay, now he's in my entry. Oh, I'm here. It's fine. How do you know they're annoying if you haven't done it? Because you fight him like twice in the Archon quest. And they're really annoying. And then I mean, I have Columbina, but I don't have any lunar characters, so it's like, I can't really justify using her in any way. Anyway, here, look. The point was he has two very different arms, right? Like, you look at him, he has two very different arms. So the idea is that one of his arms is prosthetic. Or was missing, and he's rebuilt it. And if that's true, that makes him an excellent candidate for the one-armed sage, which means the Doctor would have been one of the ones leading the defense for Sumeru against the Cataclysm 500 years ago, which is kind of cool. And does add some nuance to his character that is unfortunately missing basically everywhere else. Bad people can do good things. Good people can do bad things. Sorry for making you go to the Dottore. Don't love that fight. No, it's fine. I should really have him in my archive anyway. I've been slacking on it. It's fine. He's in there now. I've got him in my Pokédex. Which arm is the prosthetic? I don't remember. Why? And he's not even the main doctor? We don't know that he's not the main doctor. That's a theory. The main doctor thing is like a theory. We have no way of knowing if that's the real him or not. Like, the way the quest is written, it seems like that might be one and done. I personally think that was way too simple and way too easy of a plan to thwart for the number 2 of the Harbingers, but that's just me. Because it feels wrong. But it's still just vibe based, you know? Like, there's no way to prove that without a shadow of a doubt that is not his real body. And the quest glitches at the end. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's some things that they've done that just make it feel weird. But it could be his real body. It also might not be. We don't know. In past streams, I shared my thoughts on if Dottore was killed in the Archon quest and returned later as a different segment, re-Genshin antagonists, raising the stakes. Have your thoughts changed any post-Archon quest? No. I mean, I already wrote about my thoughts on the Doctor post-Archon quest. Like, I already released that. So that those are already out there. Those thoughts are already out there. It's more like I'm not a huge fan of the idea of trying to make every villain an ally, a playable ally. Like, I don't like the idea that just because someone doesn't have, I don't like the idea that every character has to be playable and that every character also has to be friendly towards the protagonist to be playable. I don't like that concept. That doesn't mean that's not what's going to happen. I just don't like it. Yeah. Oh, look, another viewpoint. This just means I am not following the paths they want me to follow to find the places they want me to go. There's a theory going around that Dottore used the deadly selves technique. I mean, that's basically more than implied. Again, I made a whole video on my thoughts on this. This has not changed for me at all. I don't even know if you should call it the 3 deadly selves. I think that is really misleading because it implies that there are only 3. When in reality, this is actually one of the theories I think I'm proudest of, or at least most satisfied with. Back in Fontaine, I made a whole video about Dottore and Renee having so much in common from the Narcissistic Rights quest. And I got railed in the comments over that take. Like, absolutely obliterated. It was actually kind of impressive. It was very impressive. Oh. See, it doesn't kill them is the thing. Oh, it wants me to use the thing. Oh, I see. Well, fun. What if I want to shoot them with the bow? What if I want to? What if I think the controls for this thing sucks? I guess it doesn't care. Oh, I guess that would be a hard one to do, huh? We're not Ganyu after all. The thing is like, the whole Narcissistic Rights quest is a question about what makes the self, right? Like, that is literally the whole point of the Narcissistic Rights quest. It's talking about identity and self, and if you lose your body, are you still you? And if you fuse your body with somebody else's, who are you? That kind of stuff. Like, it's always been that. That's always been the point of the Narcissistic Rights quest. And the reason why I'd ever thought to connect the Doctor with Renee was for precisely those reasons. Because he did exactly that. I'm going to have to try this again. Because I did it wrong the first time. So I don't think it's necessarily the 3 deadly selves, because like just connecting him to Renee by itself, like Renee fused with like hundreds of people. Like, his whole shtick as Narcissistic Rights was that he would dissolve and absorb people and then learn all of their memories and their skills and all of that kind of stuff. Like, that was like his thing. And his idea was that he could become like a new sort of human. And by doing so, he'd be able to survive. I am just horrible here. He'd be able to help everyone survive the apocalypse, right? Wow. These are real swings and misses, huh? Yep, okay. I'm gonna have to do this again. You know, in hindsight, I probably shouldn't do the verticals. I probably just shouldn't do verticals. I should probably do horizontals. That's probably what I'm supposed to do. Shoot the flower? Oh, you're supposed to shoot the flower? Did I not read the thing again? I didn't read the thing again, did I? Oh. Oh, that's what that is. Oh. Okay. It's fine. I'm just dumb. I don't read the tutorials. You guys can backseat game me. I don't care. I didn't even know you could shoot these flowers. Can I shoot it with a regular arrow? Does it have to be Kuvaki? It has to be Kuvaki. Okay. That's fine. Read my supers. Yeah, I know. I got distracted by Dottore stuff, and I had to finish that. Okay, I'm catching up. I know there's a lot of you. I am tracking. I'm trying. I'm trying. Okay. But yeah, no, Dottore's weird. Dottore is weird. I'm not convinced we're done with him, like, by any stretch. There's no way. If that's where they leave us, I don't know what to do, man. I don't know what to do. But yeah, 3 deadly selves. I don't think it's 3 deadly selves so much as, you know, like the separation of mind and body. The distribution of the self. That was basically the point of the whole Narcissus and Groit's quest. Yeah. I don't even know if that's like really even a theory at this point. But I guess it kind of is. It's not like explicitly confirmed anywhere. So I guess we can count it. Anyway. Hallie Berkeley. Thank you for the super. What are your thoughts on the Amsfartnir quest and the architecture of the area are very interesting. How things are very geometric. That's why I was over there. I forgot why I came over here. That's right. That's right. I mean, yeah, things are very geometric, but I don't know if you've noticed, things are very geometric all over this area of Nodcry. And I'm going to have to like go on a little bit of a tangent before we talk about this thing here. I got to go on a little bit of a tangent. You see the pillar of Embla over there? You see that? The only thing I can think of when I look at these sorts of structures is that these look like polygons. These look like polygonal scaffolding structures. And these sorts of lines and support systems are really common in 3D prints. They're also really common in 3D modeling. Right? Like they look like a mesh for like a polygon mesh. Right? They look like that. To me, a lot of these triangular shapes, triangular shapes. A lot of these are really just that, you know, like that. These just feel like polygons. And one of the reasons why I keep saying that, like the Heavenly Principles being the AI is probably more lore than theory at this point, is because of stuff like this. Like, Tivat as a simulation theory has been around for ages and ages and ages and ages. Like, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, right? Irminsul is basically like a computer. Right? Nahida is like haptic devices for this giant computer that runs the world. And so if the Heavenly Principles is an AI, it makes sense. So to look at Nodcry like this, with all of these structures being made by these creatures who obey the Heavenly Principles or follow, or who were created by, like a lot of that feels like, you know, this is just an area where we get to see their source code logic kind of thing. We get to sort of take a look under the hood of the game. Like up there, you saw the little lines with the triangle. You see those? They're very similar to like the sorts of lines that Paimon puts off, like here, minus the triangles, right? Like they're literally the same thing. So like to me, this might not even be an issue of constellations. It might just be an issue of vertices, right? These just could be different vertices and polygons. These are polygon meshes that make up the world. So that's kind of all I can really think of when I look at this kind of stuff. The thing about the Pillar of Embla is that it should be connected to the Sampo, right? And the Sampo was created by the third Descender in Hyperborea. And it should have been made with Mechanicos and Technikos, I think is what they called them in game. Technology, which was Hyperborean, which was like unified civilization / Seelie knowledge, which should have come from the Heavenly Principles, and like you know, this feels like they figured out how to 3D render the world and different things in it. To me, Voyager. Yeah, Voyager, Sorter, Voiden, Third Descender, IS, whatever you want to call them. Polygons also found in the Sumeru Desert. Yeah, because Deshret was trying to mimic all of this. He was trying to reverse engineer it. And that's why he's like that. That's why he's like that. But yeah, that's all this feels like to me. It just feels like a peek underneath the hood. I think that's why the architecture feels a little unique. And the like. Sorry, I'm now reading chat. When I read, I go quiet, and then I'm not entertaining. You guys have to pick. Do I read chat or do I entertain chat? I can't do both. I'm not that special. Okay, actually, I have to let the dogs in. I put them outside. They have to come in now. It's cold, and it's also raining, and it's very cold.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, and the princess of Dottore.
You look so sad. No. Oh, you little brat. Oh, such a brat. Okay. I know you heard that, so context. It's not raining anymore. It got cold enough that it's snowing. Dogs have been outside for 30 minutes. They are covered in a thick layer of snow. Fenris walked right past me, and just went and curled up on the couch. Didn't shake off. There's just snow all over the couch. Little brat. No, I'm sorry, Levi. Don't sit under my chair, please. I know. I love you too. You're a good boy. Please don't shake on me. He's thinking about it. I might scream in a second. We'll see. He might not. He might be a good boy. They do have a shake command where they shake their whole bodies on command, so that I can dry them off better, because they're Aussies and they have really big, thick coats. And so if they don't shake off properly, then I have to use like 3 towels to dry them. She was born in a blizzard. What do I expect? I know. I had to go get her. In Shnizhnaya, it's snowing every day. How do they grow food then? Do they just have like a ton of jalapenos? Like, I don't understand. This is one thing that bothers me about like snowy regions in fantasy games. How are you eating? Like, snowy regions have very limited flora and fauna for a reason. Like, did you know that Arctic foxes like are basically gardeners in the wastelands of the Great White North? Because they pee on everything. And the high nitrogen content helps, it boosts the energy activity of the little microorganisms in the soil. So I don't know if you guys know the terms of like hot compost versus cold compost, but like hot compost is when you balance the NPK levels of your compost to the point where like there's a lot of metabolic activity happening in the compost pile, so it heats up to like 120 degrees. So when foxes pee on everything up north, they add a lot of nitrogen in, and adding all that nitrogen in actually kickstarts a lot of the biological processes and help keeps the area around the den very warm, and which means a lot of vegetation and stuff can grow. Anyway, fun little factoid for you. But it drives me crazy. these fantasy settings for snowy wastelands. Because I'm just like, how do you get food? What animals do you have? Are you all just eating fish 100% of the time? I don't understand. Even Alaska has growing seasons. You can't snow every day in a snowy wasteland. It's just like, you just can't and still live there? Dude, people have such problems living for long periods of time at the North Pole. Not at the North Pole, but like in Antarctica, like in those science stations where they do all the studies and stuff. Like, that's a hard life to live up there. That's tough. That's real tough. North Pole. I didn't mean that. Yeah, they definitely import food. But like, why would you settle in a region that can't grow anything? That's crazy. Like, that's absolutely crazy. Like, from an evolutionary standpoint, it makes no sense. And by evolutionary, I'm not talking about, like, humans evolving. I'm talking about, like, cultural evolution. Like, the evolution of cities and development of civilizations, like, and settlements and stuff. Like, it makes no sense. Not at all. Anyway. There are people who live in Siberia. Yeah, but, like, take a look at their diet and stuff. I'm also pretty sure it still doesn't snow every day. Because the Archon said, though. Greenhouses. Yeah, okay, but like, think about it this way. Where do the greenhouses come from? Like, they can't just have immediately moved there and then immediately built greenhouses. Like, that's unrealistic. I don't even mean unrealistic from like a realism perspective, just like a believability perspective. Like, you'd need massive... Sometimes I feel like people don't understand how much greenhouse space you need to grow a considerable amount of food. Like, it's a crazy amount. I've had a lot of greenhouses in my day. And, like, you need a lot. A lot. I don't know. I've tried it. I've tried it. You need way more than you think you do. Am I a farmer? Yes. Well, not currently, but my first job out of high school was actually on a farm, and I worked there for 11 years, on and off. Because I was in high school my last year, and then I worked my year that I took off, my gap year between high school and college, and then I worked all 4 years there during college, and then part-time for a few years after college because I graduated in one of the worst job markets for my industry ever. I don't want to fight this guy right now. We're not doing these little boss fighty things. I don't want to. But yeah, no, I've been a farm kid my whole life, basically. But I spent a lot of time working farms. Also, I built like 3 greenhouses on this property that I live on currently. Every year I seem to build a different one. No, but some people are probably wondering what the hell a wallopini is. I almost guarantee if I back read, I'm going to ask, someone's going to be asking, what the hell is a wallopini? Because I mentioned it. The wallopini is a half sunken greenhouse because the temperature of the earth is fairly stable the further down you go. So a wallopini is like mostly sunken into the ground. It's just the roof that's above ground. So you can actually grow everything in a more or less stable temperature year round, about 50, 60 degrees in that little greenhouse. And then you have one whole side that's greenhouse glass windows, and that's positioned so that it's like 90 degrees to the sun. No. What is it? It has to be positioned perpendicular to the sun during the summer solstice for your area, whatever day that happens to be. Usually south facing. And then you do like a whole back wall that's all like water jugs, which also helps emanate residual heat over the night. And it's like a whole thing. Anyway, it's a fun thing. I want one. I'm going to make one eventually. I just need to rent a backhoe and learn how to drive a backhoe. Why not just hire someone to drive the backhoe? Because I want to learn how to drive a backhoe. It sounds like fun. Anyway. Yes, Storybread spelled it correctly. I probably should have just typed it in chat. I know too much about farming. Am I going to eat you? No, but one of the reasons why I really liked the idea of the Wallapini was not just because it was stable year-round, and I live up north where we don't have really long growing days, and we have a pretty short growing season, relatively speaking. But also because the way that the light works on the Wallapini, like you can have the water tanks on the back wall, and then the wall where you have all the light coming in can be your growing area for plants, and you can do stages for different levels of light and height and everything else. But then on the darker wall where the light's not hitting as much, you can actually hang grow bags full of mushrooms. I think that's pretty cool. I want to do grow bags full of mushrooms. They interrupted my animation. Did you just can't? Oh, it didn't. Okay. That was very mean of it. Why would it do that? It's very mean of it.
That's far enough. Wretched vermin. Bring it. Let the mountain's veins boil.
Ah.
As you wish, main Fräulein. Leave it to me. The story has only
I'm pulling for Varka. I'll decide after the quest. I don't know yet.
upon the gale.
He looks interesting, but very restrictive. It might be one of those characters I look to get on a rerun. Because, like, by the time the rerun happens, all of his perfect supports will probably be out. And I'll be able to plan a little better. That might be the plan. You like how much marketing he's getting? I mean, it's really deserved, though, because, like, he's been kind of drip-fed to us for years. And also, he seems pretty important. I want to talk about Varka a little bit more. I'm not in Alaska. I'm in Maine. Other coast. But I'm behind on supers, and I kind of want to get through them first. But remind me as soon as I'm through these to go back to Varka, because I do want to talk about that a little bit. Because I'm not going to make a video on it, because I already have my videos planned. Also, we just finished editing a video today that I'm going to put out tomorrow that basically expounds on these thoughts. So, Goji, thank you for this super. What do you think about Zavai calling Zhongli the Heaven Star? I'd already talked about this earlier in the stream, but like the short version is, I don't think it's that interesting because in my opinion, if Zabai is just a regular Seelie and can be a lunar envoy, then there's no reason why Zhongli can't be some other sort of elemental creature who is a solar envoy. And it seems like all Seelies, or at least a lot of the Seelies, were referred to as morning stars. Or stars in general, or referred to in terms of stars. So to be called a star of the sky or anything like that, I don't know how fascinating that's going to be. However, there is one thing I forgot to mention back when I was talking about this earlier. When they called him Heaven Star, I immediately wanted to know like whether or not that was a accurate translation. Put it that way. And yeah, it's pretty literal. I mean, it basically is Heaven Star or like star from the sky, things like that, right? It's pretty literal. So there's, as far as I can tell, there's nothing really to gain from the word choice. But when I realized that it wasn't just heaven as in divinity, but just heaven as in sky, I remembered that there's another character in the game who's similar to Zhongli in a lot of ways, especially a lot of symbolism, and also in the way that they're referred to in the lore. And that just happens to be my favorite little munchkin, Deshret. because he is described as the son of the sky. And more specifically, he's called the child that the sky lost, or like a child from the sky who lost its place in the sky, or something similar to that. And both of them are referred to as stars or suns. Most of them have lots of sun or solar depicting energy. Not energy, imagery. Energy. And things like that. So I wonder, personally, for me, that was one of the reasons why I wondered if there could have been a solar envoy, or like an equivalent to a lunar envoy position that both Deshret and Zhongli could have occupied. Because if you think about it, Zhongli being a heaven star, solar envoy, with a lunar envoy also in his nation in the form of Zabai, would parallel Deshret even more, because Deshret being a son of the sky as well, with black sun star energy imagery. The tongue is so twisted. He also has a lunar envoy, because Thoth is a lunar envoy, right? So I'm not sure that the term is as unique and or earth-shattering as it may originally, like, initially appear. How's that? I think there's just something we don't quite understand yet about the structure of the bureaucratic heaven. I think that's more what it is. But what we're kind of seeing is that Zhongli appears to be part of heaven's bureaucracy, because he would have fallen to Tivat oops. I'm gonna have to do this again because I didn't hit the button in time. He would have fallen into Tivat because he descended from the heaven, or rather he fell to Tivat at one point, right? And because he fell to Tivat at one point, that makes his title also match Deshret quite a bit, because then they would both be, you know, stars that were lost from the heavens, that the heavens lost, or something equivalent. So I think, and that also kind of ties in to the period of time where Nabu Malikata would have fallen to the ground as well. Because remember, she was exiled from heaven, and she basically left heaven and had to wander the desert. She was one of the surviving Seelies, right? And like to that end, because the timing would totally pan out there, because she would have fallen around the end of the War of Funerary Flame. How do I put this? She's also said to have been someone who danced with the three Moon Sisters, which makes me wonder if she was also at one point a lunar envoy. Because in Wanderer's Weapon, this one, the Tulatula's Remembrance, it says that she once danced upon the dunes with the three sisters of the moons. So it does seem like she had a fairly high up position. So that's kind of where I'm at with the whole heavens thing. But yeah, it always comes back to Deshi. Deshi's a good boy. That's not to say that he's like super lore important necessarily. I'm not saying he'll come back or, you know, be playable or anything. I'm not gonna even try to pretend like that's gonna happen. Not even gonna copium that into existence. It's more like the things we can learn from the lore that we were presented through him and his associated quests is relevant to a lot of the other stuff. Just because of like what it can tell us about the structure of things and his attempts to mimic the powers of heaven and everything else, it does sort of like, you know, inform or provide more additional context clues that we can use elsewhere. It's kind of how I look at it. You're half convinced I have a conspiracy board for Genshin lore full of strings and pictures and everything like Charlie from It's Always Sunny. I actually just have chalkboards. I don't have any bulletin boards, but I do have chalkboards. I painted them on my walls. They are permanent. They are permanent fixtures in my house. I bought a can of chalkboard paint. I sanded the wall down and I painted it all with chalkboard paint. And now I just write my my to-do lists and my current projects and things like that on my chalkboards on my wall. Taco Parm, thank you very much for your super. Ooh, you have a spicy question. Do I like HSR or Genshin's story writing better? I think Genshin's is better because Xiaoji isn't writing them. I'm not a big fan of Xiaoji's style of writing. He's the one who's been in charge of the Amphorius chapter. It seems like he's in charge of Plain Arcadia too, which is the current chapter. I'm not a fan of his writing or his writing style at all. I think that Star Rail has different things it suffers from. And I do find them to be difficult to compare, but I think in terms of brevity and ease of digestion, I think Genshin is easier because everything happens in one planet. And so all of the lore kind of builds on itself. And I do think that makes it easier to write a more, I don't want to say cohesive narrative, but one that takes less development, you know? So I think I'd prefer that. I also just like the tighter connections between characters. I think that's nice. I think Star Rail suffers by design of its Monster of the Week style of narrative structure in ways that Genshin just doesn't, you know. So I think I prefer Genshin's story writing. Also, it tends to be shorter. You know, it tends to be a lot shorter. Also, I feel like, you know, everything in Star Rail kind of has to happen in the main quest because, like, the stuff that happens in the little side quests are just, it's very rarely consequential enough to matter. And because it's not really open world, it's just these tiny little zones that you can kind of run around in, but they're not that interesting to run around in. I think it's more difficult to do environmental storytelling, in my opinion. I know there's people who will disagree with me on that and that they really like Star Rail's environmental storytelling, and that's fine. This is just my personal opinion. It's not really meant to be, you know, it's not meant to be something you take to heart. Just an opinion. But no, I would prefer Genshin to Star Rail. In almost every aspect, honestly. Not just writing. HSR is at its best when it's fun, which is Plain Arcadia so far, and it's great. See, this is another thing. I also think that like I struggle the most with Star Rail when it's in super memey pop culture mode. But I also think that's when it kind of shines with its goofy space opera vibes best. But it's just something I don't personally vibe well with. Like, I just struggle with it personally. So I think that also factors in. Hi, little guy. But so far, that's kind of been Plain Arcadia. I'm really here for, like, Leviathan lore, which it looks like we're going to get, and also the murder mystery. That's more what I'm here in Plain Arcadia for. Everything else is kind of, I don't know. It's not, it doesn't vibe with me as well. I think I'm not Gen Z enough. I might be too offline for Plain Arcadia. Which is a thing to say. Oh, this was just a way to get up here. I did this the hard way. Okay, I see. Whoa, that was a weird little glitch. But yeah, I think that that's part of it. right? Because like I think on paper, they're actually pretty comparable in the ways that they're written and stuff. So it ends up being a matter of preference in the end. Also, I kind of feel like Star Rail waxes philosophical way more often than Genshin does. I find the way that Hoyo handles philosophical content in their quests to be very subpar. Not ideal, not optimal. Definitely on the confusing side of things. Oftentimes, like they're not very good about reaching a wide audience with their philosophies, in my opinion. Because, like, a lot of the like, it's just so hard because, like, a lot of the ideas are good. You know, like, the ideas are good. It's just, like, sometimes the way that they go about them is so odd. I don't know how else to put it beyond this. Is just odd.
What trinkets lie veiled within this desolate plain?
Yeah. Like, I guess if you guys played Penacony, I'm still... I mean, I've analyzed the shit out of that because I had to. I was doing the recap stuff for it. And I still don't understand the why does life slumber question. I don't understand. Like, I don't know what they were going for with that, but whatever it was, it did not land. I guess they kind of readdressed it a little bit in the revisitation of that planet, but it kind of felt like they were building up to something and they just never got there. And even if it is about escapism, which is fair, that can be a fair interpretation. I would not argue that. I think that's a fair assessment. The choice of words is bizarre for escapism. Because, like, is then the correct answer that life slumbers because it's trying to escape from reality? Really? That's what you're going for? That's the philosophy you want to talk about? Not sure that hits. You know what I mean? Why did Aha laugh? I can actually answer that one. But the only thing I'm going to say is that Aha is the therapist of the eons. That's it. That's all I'm going to tell you. That's all I'm going to tell you. I'm going to let you all stew on that one for a while. Can you point out how Star Rail is a space game with zero space gameplay? Okay. That's actually a good example of retrofitting, I think, personally. Because, like, you can tell at the very beginning of Star Rail, right? They had a very specific idea of what they wanted to do with the game. Like Belobog and Herta Space Station, both very deliberate in-house sci-fi and oh, is this how I was supposed to... Okay, fun fact, because I have Wanderer, I didn't know this elevator was here. I just climbed up between Wanderer and Shalonen. I didn't realize this was an elevator. I was like, how are you supposed to actually get up here? I came from the other direction. That's really funny. Right, so like in the beginning of Star Rail, you can really tell they wanted to go all sci-fi, right? Like Belobog is very sci-fi. Herta Space Station is super sci-fi. The way the eons are described, they are like eldritch beings that are not supposed to be understood, right? A war of the eons is supposed to be like a war of ideals. It's supposed to be esoteric. It's not supposed to be like easy to hash out. And then you can tell exactly when they changed their lead writer. You can see the moment it happened because suddenly everything became fantasy with like a little hint of space travel in between, right? Like the space travel became the in-between instead of the game. And even from like a marketing perspective, if you go on the YouTube channel for Star Rail in the very beginning, they used to do those like welcome to the universe pieces. I don't know if you guys remember those. They would interview like scientists and astronomers. They are scientists, but you know what I mean. And stuff like that about space phenomena. You know what I mean? They used to do that regularly. They used to release those videos. And then they stopped. And they stopped around the exact same time. How did they fire anything from here? I would like to know. They stopped around the exact same time that everything went fantasy. So, yeah. Xiaoji is the lead writer now, as far as I know. That is why you marry Alicia in Amphorius. Because he wanted that to be the case. I don't know if I trust him to do anything with Himiko. I really don't. I have my friend has this really cool theory about Himiko that I want to get her permission to expound on because I think it's a really cool idea. But part of me is like, this idea might be a little too cool for Xiaoji. I don't think he'd actually do it. Anyway. Audie Murphy! Hello again! Thank you for your contributions, and also thank you for your super. You've got a theory that may interest you while we're on the topic of Voyager and the soul splitting that gained a lot of traction over on Genshin lore. YouTube doesn't want me posting a link, though. You can just take the HTTPS off. That's totally fine. Also, if there's things like you want me to take a look at or that you want to send me or whatever, you guys can always email me. There is an email on my YouTube page. That is my email. You can email me there. So feel free to make use of that. Although if you are on Discord, you're welcome to do it on Discord as well. I'm also pretty easy to find over there. But yeah. I'm curious about the Voyager soul splitting thing you're talking about. I have hypotheses. Tomorrow my email box is full of emails. That's usually pretty full anyway. I don't respond when people send me their theories because I don't like to critique theories one-on-one with people. I think that's, like, to me, it feels like a bit like if I give too much input on a theory, apart from like, hey, I think you can explain XYZ better, you know, like how to explain a theory. Like, apart from that kind of advice, like, I feel like I'm adding too much of my own color to somebody else's work, and I don't like to do that. So, like, if people send me their own theories, I tend to not respond. But if people have questions or things they just want to share, I'm more than happy to do stuff with that. Oh, they posted the color out of space thing in video discussion. Okay, cool. I'll take a look at it then. After stream, though, because then that means I have to open Discord. I will look at it. Actually, I can do it now. We'll just let Fischl descend quietly as if she is the fourth descender. Technically, she is inhabiting the body. The body. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, that's the color of that of space stuff. Yeah. Oh, with the markings and everything. Oh, those are pictures of the moon. Oh, that's cool. So you took the model from the colors out of space and you compared it to the frost moon. That's neat. I'm gonna look on that more closely after stream.
May the glory of the princess
Okay.
bring light to this world.
It would be nice to see some of the other shades doing something on the surface, though, to be fair. It's like everything seems to be Istaroth right now. I have a fun theory about Istaroth I should eventually write. I should write that. I don't know if I will, but I'm gonna try. We'll get there. The thing is like they do the lore so fast now that I never know what I'm actually gonna have time to get to and what I'm not. And then I'm just like, oh yeah, sure, I have time to cover other games, and then I cover other games, and I have even less time. Because that's the smart thing to do. I'm good at time management. Hallie Berkeley, welcome back again. What do you think about Seelis being able to sort of birth a god like Boreas? They didn't really birth a god like Boreas. They gave Boreas his powers, which isn't really too much of a bad thing. Like the passing on of powers has just been a thing, you know. That's kind of been a thing in Genshin, in general. So like I'm not too super surprised about it. Like Koitar just kind of like blessed him basically and gave him powers. But like you can also get powers through a lot of other means in Genshin, right? Like for example, if you guys did the Chenyu Vale quests, you probably met Fujin. Fujin was originally a fish, and through self-cultivation, she became an Adeptus. And you will hear the Adepti talk about self-cultivation a lot. But essentially it's like through the development of the self, you can gain powers, basically, and eventually probably become immortal. That's like the whole thing. And so like a lot of the animals in a lot of the followers of Rex Lapis were just once upon a time regular animals in theory, if they weren't already born as an elemental being. Like Xianyin was born as an elemental being. So she was kind of born fully cultivated. If that makes sense. But like Fujin was not. But yeah, Zabai talks quite a bit about cultivation. So I'm not entirely surprised. I'm not entirely surprised. Cabbage. Love to see the new input about the statue of Ena Zuma and Renova. It was in my 2.0 video. I did write about this. Actually, I did write about this. But it was part of a bigger theory. So I would not be surprised if it got missed. Basically, what I saw there with that statue being the statue of death instead was that if you consider visions as being like fragments of people's souls, then essentially Raiden was offering up the souls of people to the god of death, where they would meet eternal stillness, because that would stop transience, basically. Oh, you started watching me yesterday. Oh, well, that makes sense. I have a pretty dense and very long backlog. I do not expect everyone to go through it, but that's not my expectation at all. Don't worry about it. I don't even remember what video it was in at this point. That is becoming my main problem, is I actually have to search through my scripts now to figure out when I said something. It's human sacrifice. Effectively, yeah, basically. I know I have more supers. I'm trying to balance the supers and other questions and stuff at the same time. I'm not doing a great job, but you know. You see people recently realizing that Fischl's real name is Amy, so I was thinking, what if any Amy pretending to be Fischl is a nod to the real is a nod, I think, to the real Fischl being Amy from the Ars Goetia. You're not the first person to mention that. That's been a theory for a long time. But like this Fischl that I conveniently happen to have on screen right now, is obviously cosplaying a real Fischl, or real in quotations, because according to her homework, which is homework, the story that she's cosplaying was actually written by Nicole's ghostwriter. And Nicole's just like, yeah, it's like 90% false. But that does mean that some of it is true. Roosevelt's written extensively about Fischl and Amy, and this incident in particular. I think it's possible that the original Amy, or the original Fischl was, I think it's possible the original Fischl was indeed a, whatchamacallums, a demon or a god or a Seelie or something along those lines, right? Because we know you don't have any sort of entity that can fulfill the role of a god can actually be considered a god, even if they're not an archon. So it is very possible that Fischl, the original Fischl, the real one, was Amy, and that story is detailing the adventure of a Seelie that betrayed the heavenly principles, kind of like Zabai, and was potentially punished for it. She did lose her body, according to the story. It's hard to tell which parts of the story are true and which ones are false, but like there are some parallels between what happens to the Fischl in the novel and what happens to the Seelies. But that said, it's kind of assumed and heavily implied that the stuff that happens with the OG Fischl is with regards to Conria specifically, and the Cataclysm, and not necessarily the War of Funerary Flame. So that makes things a little bit more complicated. In the end, it could just be a coincidence. It's hard to say. It could also be a situation where you have like an Aias versus Ajax thing, right? Like a third descender versus child sort of situation, where like the Amy Fischl that we talk about in the novel could have indeed possessed a demon name, but they inherited it from another demon. Kind of the same way that Boreas inherited his powers from Koitar. You know, not a one-to-one, but I mean, there's a lot of ways to interpret it, and it's one of the reasons why I keep saying the ambiguity gives Hoyo a lot of room to decide what they're doing with it. I don't think I have this. Oh, I do. Hooray! So I don't know where they're gonna go with it. I don't know what they could do with it, and I don't even know what the significance of it would be if they did, because like we've had plenty of demon named Seelies and gods and other entities and stuff that just haven't been all that relevant. So it's a little tricky. It is a little tricky. My Rodin, thank you for the super. Could Tivat be in the recycling bin? This is from our Tivat is a simulation theory from a while ago. It's possible. I mean, you could say that, you know, maybe the data is corrupted, some stuff's getting tossed down there. I think like metaphorically that's possible. I think metaphorically it's possible. I don't know how like realistic it is like from like a mechanical perspective. Like, because like the abyss is both outside of Tivat but also inside of Tivat. Like it's inside the planet, but also there's stuff outside the planet. So I think it's a little tricky. I think it's really, really, really tricky to say whether or not it would be in a recycling bin full up. However, given that Voyager, like, oh my god. How do I put this? Given that Voyager was like trying to record the history of the universe and stuff, right? Because like the universe was dying and they were marking different star systems and stuff and the rise and falls of civilization and all of that kind of stuff. Like, because Voyager was doing that, it is possible that just the world in general is dying. And so, like, you know, not the world in general, the universe in general is starting to kind of crumble, right? That's a possibility. And I guess that could be like the recycling bin of the universe if you wanted to put it that way. Oh. Can I take him this far? Oh, he loses his connection. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. But run, my pet! Run! Aw. That's unfortunate. Do I have to build a bridge from all the way over there to all the way over here? That's kinda... That's kind of sad. Voyager Nibelung? I've played with the idea that Voyager is actually Istaroth. I thought about that. I don't know how realistic it is. But it's not unfounded. It's not an unfounded idea. It has some merit. Come here, dude. Come here, little dude. I need you to stand right here, I guess. I guess that was enough.
What trinkets lie veiled within this desolate plain?
Is this a good time to talk about Varka? I still have supers to go through. How long would it take me to talk about the Varka thing? Cyros Gold, thank you for the super. We may get a free Varka if he's a standard unit. I don't think he's going to be a standard unit. Actually, now is a pretty good time to talk about Varka. Okay, hold on. I don't think he's going to be a standard unit. They would have said that in the stream. I think legally they have to say that in the initial promotional material if he's going to be on a limited banner, because they can't like just say he's going to be on a limited banner and then demote him later. I think like they kind of have to tell you up front before the demotion happens, which is kind of why like they can't just take limited characters like Albedo and stuff and then just put them in the standard pool. They kind of have to do the that weird workaround with like the special banner. Legally, I think they have to do it that way. Otherwise, it falls under some sort of false advertising or misleading, whatever, or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. So I don't think we're gonna get free Varka. I think that's very unlikely. I mean, they could. What they could do is they could give you a free copy of Varka if you fulfill X requirements or whatever. They could do that, but if they were going to do that, I think they would have said it already. Unfortunately. So I don't think we're gonna get one. Okay, Varka. So there was a marketing material. I think we were talking about the marketing material for Varka and stuff like that, and like his quest and whatnot. So Varka, the Varka animation kind of opened up a couple of interesting things. Some mechanics of which I'm going to talk about in the video I'm putting out tomorrow, but there's some thoughts that I have that aren't in that video because I'm a little hesitant to try and connect them right now. So those are kind of what I wanted to mention. But obviously, so in his initial teaser trailer thing, Effectively, the witches are discussing the reasons why Varka went to Nod Cry. Because Varka's original destiny was to be the hero of Mondstadt. He was supposed to be the one to help Venti steal the lyre, calm Dvalin, and have him sealed away so that the threat to Mondstadt would be gone, basically. But before any of that happened, Varka challenged the Hex and Zirkle's chess match thingy, where they put people through a trial. That was a thing that we did in Paralogism. It's the chess boss fight, in case you don't know what I'm talking about. Eggs! So he went through that, he passed the trial, and he was like, well, shit, I didn't think I'd get this far. I didn't think about what to ask. Can I see my fortune? And so he looked through BARBELOTH's scryglass and saw his fortune. And effectively what I believe he saw, based on the context clues, is that the future in which he is the hero leads to a great disaster. Right? Leads to a really big disaster. And Varka was like, so I can't be the hero or else I trigger this disaster. Not because my actions trigger the disaster, but just because in the timeline where I am the hero, this disaster inevitably occurs. So he decided to go to another place entirely. He went to Nod Cry. So the original story, first chapter of Tivat, the prologue, was supposed to be he who caught the wind. Because Varka was supposed to be the one who caught the wind, which is Dvalin, and Venti. But instead, the story of Tivat had to rewrite itself with a different hero, because the story still has to play out. There still has to be a hero. But if Varka is gone, then he cannot be the hero. So it replaces him with somebody else. So the conditions still have to be met. So it's like the same thing we saw in Fontaine with Farina and Focalor, right? Like Farina still has to sit on her throne and cry while everyone else is swallowed by the sea. But the prophecy never says that everyone has to die, right? It doesn't say that everyone has to be melted down. It just has to say that she has to be the last one crying on her throne. That is the story. So as long as they can work around those loopholes, they can kind of work around the contents of the story. So he became a variable. I don't know which he you meant, whether it's Varka or the Traveler, because the Traveler could be either. I wouldn't say that Varka became a variable. He was no longer the variable for that region, for that calculated fate. So effectively, here's the thing. If Varka had been the hero, what would have happened is Dvalin would have been sealed away. This is a very important distinction. He would have been sealed away in Storm Terror's lair. However, with the Traveler, I think I'm going in circles again. I'm not paying attention to where I'm going. I don't think anyone really cares, though. You're not here to watch me run around in circles anyway. When the Traveler is the hero, though, Dvalin gets purified and does not have to be sealed away. So there is something about the fact that Dvalin does not have to be sealed away that literally changes the entire outcome. So there's like a whole new set of variables that need to be calculated from there on out, right?
You think I've got a sharp tongue?
So whatever's happening, Dvalin must need to be a part of it. Somehow, some way. Where was I going? I think I was going this way originally. I think I was trying to go this way, and then I took a turn when I wasn't paying attention, and then forgot where I was going. Right, so I was thinking about the Heavenly Principles here, because the Heavenly Principles has been asleep for the last 500 years or so, right? And if you combine that with the theory that the Heavenly Principles is an AI, which I honestly think that it's... Hoyo's basically just like, yeah, that's what we're doing. Then you kind of have to think about what's going on here in slightly different ways. And that is to say that the current story of Tivat is currently being written. Like, it is currently in flux. And that your choices actually do matter because who the hero is being, who the hero is within all these stories, is having a lot of knock-on effects throughout the rest of the story. And I got thinking about how do I transition into this thought, because they're like not actually connected, but like they are connected in my brain, but not in a way that I think will make sense outside of my brain. So hold on a second. I'm thinking, how do I explain this? Okay, actually, I do have a through line. So the Traveler has a very unique constitution, right? The Traveler is able to absorb basically an infinite amount of abyssal energy, which is how they purify things. They purified Dvalin's crystal by sucking out all the abyssal energy, right? And when they sucked out all of that abyssal energy, it went into their body. They did it again in Natlan. They've done it basically anywhere they go to do purification stuff. That's exactly what they do. They just suck it into their body. And in the Xbox wings, which is the wings that you get from the Xbox promotional campaign, they're a wind glider, it talks about how King Ermin also knew this and led the Abyss Twin down into the depths of the abyss because they were a vessel for an infinite amount of abyssal energy. So there's something about having an infinite amount of abyssal energy in your system that you need to have in order to do something to fight the Heavenly Principles. Now, one thing that the Heavenly Principles, one thing that we know about the Heavenly Principles is that they don't really seem to like all that much the Abyss. With an asterisk. I don't think it's so much that they don't like the Abyss. I think it's so much that they don't want people to have access to the Abyss. And I think there's two reasons for this. The first is that it's toxic to them, obviously, and it doesn't want its creations to be hurt. Makes sense. But if you start to like think about it a different way, like if you think about the fact that if you assume that the Heavenly Principles is the AI from the Traveler's spaceship, and you assume that the Travelers have the Abyss cleansing power because they can suck all the abyssal energy in there into themselves, right? And then you remember that Skirk's planet was obliterated because her people were also compatible with abyssal energy, and that the greater universe sees this as a threat, but it actually technically isn't. It's an evolutionary advantage, right? Then you have to assume that the Heavenly Principles is very familiar with the Abyss, but not from the standpoint of the Abyss is super dangerous, but from the standpoint of the Abyss is a power that the two twins that I am protecting, that I am taking care of, who came from a colony that I apparently have a genetic library for. I think that's what it said. That they have this capacity. Right? Like, it has a very different relationship with the Abyss than I think we give it credit for, right? Because it should have a pretty positive view on the Abyss, right? So here's the thing. If it has a whole genetic library, this ties to Varka, I promise. If it has a whole genetic library on board, which should, in theory, have data from the twins' destroyed homeworld, which we know happened, and it probably happened in maybe a similar way to what happened with Skirk and her planet. But like, if it has a genetic library of those people, and it's been looking for a suitable planet, and it finds this one, and it starts to colonize it, what do you think it's actually gonna do? It's probably gonna use abyssal energy. Because if you think about it, abyssal energy is like the ability to mimic things. Skirk mimics her limbs with it. The what do you call them? The Tenebrous Mimiflora. I probably said that wrong. But they, they mimic things. That's what they do. Everything that the Abyss does, it's all about mimesis. So I think it's possible that the Heavenly Principles doesn't want Tivat to have access to the abyssal energy because it made the world out of, or it retrofit the world out of abyssal energy, because that's kind of in line with its programming. So rather than say the Heavenly Principles is punishing civilizations for becoming too technologically advanced or whatever, it might be more accurate to say that they are punishing Tivatians for using the knowledge that should only belong to heaven, because using that power on their own could cause their own destruction. Now, there's a lot of similarities too between the Heavenly Principle, or the Abyss, and the Primordial Sea, which I think is interesting, because if you look at Fontaine again, you can be like, hey, all of these people were made out of primordial seawater, and primordial seawater dissolved them when they came into contact with them. And the Abyss kind of corrupts people. Is it possible that it's kind of also dissolving their data, right? So if you look at the sinners, yeah, like you say in the chat, I just saw someone say sinners. If you look at the sinners and like what their sin actually would be, their actual sin would be seizing the power of the divine. That would be the arrogation of mankind. No? Right? Yeah? Because the power of the Abyss is the power of ultimate creation. It's the power of mimesis, so to speak. It's like a source material. It's literally ink with which you write the story of the world. Yeah? So the Heavenly Principles, when it sends down nails to cleanse the Abyss from the land, what it's actually doing is saying, no, 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 you don't have access to my divine inkwell. Inkwell goes back in the bottle. Because it doesn't make sense that there is Abyss on the inside of the planet unless the Abyss has some sort of role that it plays within the planet. What did that have to do with Varka? I have forgotten my point. Where was I going with that? There is something about this to do with Varka. Oh, right, because he's investigating the Abyss. I mean, Varka saw a cataclysm, I saw a prophecy, all that kind of stuff. And I do think that there is a strong relationship there between what he's investigating up here in Nodcry with the Wild Hunt and stuff like that, and the Traveler's power of purification, right? That's kind of where I'm at with this whole thing. So to me, looking at Varka and his fight against the Abyss up in this upcoming patch with Alice and everyone else being present, or at least involved in some way, even if it's like on a kind of, you know, what's the term? On the sidelines. It makes sense to me that he would want to know more about this power, because it does have, it appears, the power to change fate. And if it is considered like ink, kind of like how we saw in Durin's quest, then that would make a lot of sense to me. Right? Because if you can rewrite fate, then that is basically the power of the Heavenly Principles. You'd be taking over at that point. Wasn't the Abyss brought by Nibelung? I will challenge that, actually. I'm going to challenge that assumption for a few reasons, but there's only two that really matter, I think. So, during the War of Funerary Flame, that should have been the point at which Nibelung... I didn't read the sign, I don't remember what it said. The War of Funerary Flame should have been the time when Nibelung did his whole thing, right? Like, that's when he had already left to investigate the Abyss and then come back, right? He should have already left and come back. And they say that he brought forbidden knowledge back with him. However, if he brought forbidden knowledge back with him and he wasn't compatible with it, like it turned him into a dark doomsday dragon, then someone needs to explain why in the murals that Nicole showed us, he is still a pure white dragon. Because even if you talk to a Pep, right, after Nahida's second story quest, if you talk to a Pep, she talks about his shining scales. She doesn't talk about his abyssal corruption.
It's rather pathetic to
So, like, to me, I'm thinking that might not have been what happened. If he went out there and witnessed forbidden knowledge or whatever, and he brought some forbidden knowledge back and it exists in the depths of the abyss, isn't it more likely that because the abyss is technically a universe-wide phenomenon and the universe is dying, isn't it possible that the abyss is just the universe melting down into some sort of source material, and that when Nibelung lost the battle against the heavenly principles, he was actually dissolved down into some sort of abyssal muck, so that the abyss was his end point instead? Because if that's the case, then he starts to, you start to be able to make a case that Nibelung is in the center of Tivat. And the reason why there's abyss in the center of Tivat is because that's Nibelung. And he is trying to reassemble in the same way that Rerir came out alongside the rest of the Wild Hunt, all of those abyssal manifestations, and had to be reassembled. It also kind of references the Bakunawa, among other things, right? So I think that's kind of where I've landed. Is that what they'll actually do? I don't know. There's enough evidence to support the idea. I don't know if that's where they want to go with it, but like, apart from an image of a doomsday dragon in Natlan, which might not even be Nibelung, like, there's no evidence that he was ever corrupted by forbidden knowledge or anything else. Because, like, let's not forget that Natlan was a land of dragons, and Gosoithoth, who is one of the manifestations of the abyss, mimicked the dragon sovereign, Shriekwaddle, right? Took that form. There is a distinct possibility that the abyss, at one point, tried to assemble itself into Nibelung, and that is what we saw in that mural in Natlan. Some people don't like that idea. That's okay. I understand. But, like, timeline-wise, it doesn't make sense if he's pure white at the War of Funerary Flame, which should have happened after he became, quote-unquote, corrupted. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense timeline-wise. And we can argue that, oh, Tivat's all full of time travel and timey-wimey shenanigans, and yeah, sure, whatever. We can argue time travel until you're blue in the face, but that is only within the boundaries of Tivat. If Nibelung left the planet, he is not subject to the timey-wimey shenanigans of it. Right? Because, like, he would have been outside of the planet. He would have been corrupted outside. He wouldn't go into the planet and then have his time rewound. You know what I mean? That doesn't make sense. You don't leave the story and then go back into the story the same way you were when you left it, because the time outside the story changed you in other ways that the story just can't reflect. Anyway. Maybe he was still in control of the energy at that point in time. I mean, it's possible, but it still doesn't make sense from a Natlan perspective. Not to me, anyway. It's also possible that forbidden knowledge is not the abyss. Like, that is also a distinct possibility, because, like, I feel like it's weird for them to call it forbidden knowledge and that it exists at the bottom of the abyss, and that that's what Nibelung specifically brought back, when the abyss is obviously its own thing. You know what I mean? So it's actually very possible that the forbidden knowledge, or knowledge of how to utilize the abyss, was the knowledge that he brought back from space. And that knowledge was buried along with the Dragon King himself.
You think I've got a sharp tongue?
Plot twist, some history fictionologists visited Tivat and wanted to have some fun. Listen,
Maybe that's their
Voyager being a memo keeper is something of a crack theory that I am seriously entertaining. Especially if you want to start plugging in the idea that it might be even a child of Anasrava. That's very plausible. given their current narrative direction as a company. What is the difference between the forbidden knowledge and the abyss? I don't know. But I'm giving you, like, what I think it could be. Because, like, forbidden knowledge is knowledge that cannot be understood, according to Nahida. That is how she describes it. But if the knowledge that cannot be understood is forbidden, then that means it is actually possible for it to be understood. But there are safeguards in place that prevent you from understanding it. And perhaps that understanding requires gnosis, right? So the third descender, Voyager, was split into 7 gnosis. Gnosis means ultimate understanding or knowledge. And it is possible that Voyager / Swadervoinen / Ias was indeed in possession of knowledge on how to use and manipulate the abyssal power. It's possible. And if they were, then Heavenly Principles splitting the third descender into 7 pieces in such a way that, you know, it couldn't be used because all of the fragments were separated. And Nibelung being banished to the center of the abyssal earth so that the knowledge could not be retrieved. I mean, that seems like a pretty good safeguard to me. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Just my thoughts. That's just where I'm at, lore-wise. Will they go there? I don't know. I kind of feel like they won't. I feel like they kind of want to blow through this portion of Genshin as quickly as possible and move on to something else. I think they're tired of their own world building. That's my impression. Oh, you think the other half became the Doctor? So half of Voyager became the 7 Gnosis, and then the other half became the Doctor. That would be interesting. I'd like to hear the rest of that theory. Okay, I should probably equip a compass. Because I actually don't know what else I'm looking for here. And I keep going in circles! It might be better if I just turn brain off, let compass point me. Oh. Let compass point me towards things. Okay, let me use the thingy. Ah, there is an oculi. We shall obtain. You have the whole theory in a DM I sent? Ooh, okay. I will read it off stream. Unless you want me to read it on stream. I did see your DM. I just didn't want to check it while I was here. I did see that. Interesting. Turn brain off, answer super. Yes, I will get. I had to finish the Varka thing. This was the thought that entered my brain after the Varka thing. I did the video I'm putting out is I did an analysis of the world formula. Because I kind of wanted an answer to once and for all what the world formula actually is, because the game doesn't do a very good job of explaining it, I think. And I think the additional context I can provide is helpful. So that's what the video is for. And it does kind of connect to all these other ideas, and it is relevant to what happened with Varka in his teaser trailer. But I just... to connect all these other dots is, as you can see, a little bit of a mess. And I kind of need more time to stitch them together in a more cohesive way.
Take it and have fun.
With citations. Because citations are good. Did I get everything, or was that just... Oh, no, I didn't. That's what I thought. Oh, I think I just don't have a leveled up compass. Okay, good. No, that's good. I prefer the not leveled up compass. Wait, where am I going? I like feeling a little bit stupid.
Take it and have fun.
I'm getting the whales involved? Yeah! I love the whales.
Following me.
Leviathans are like my thing. My dog is named Leviathan. Oh, I'm sorry, Libby. I didn't mean to call you. Thoughts on Seat Lolly being a child of an Astrava? I think she has the hallmarks of it, but I think she might be a little too unimportant. So I'm going to go back and do all the supers because I know I've been ignoring you guys for a long time because that was a really long tangent. But the Seat Lolly thing, child of an Astrava thing. The thing is, like, Helio's kind of proven that they don't really want to go back and make older characters too relevant. You know what I mean? Like, they would rather make someone either relevant from the beginning or just not make them relevant at all. Or, you know, just, like, write them out of whatever it was they were supposed to do. Oh. Can I? Yahoo! That thing repelled me. That was mean. It was very mean. Why would you do that? Why would you do such... What? That's not what I wanted to do. Why is it like this? Okay. We'll just leave. I'll just leave. I just leave. I go now. Bye. Call Yude. Thank you for the super. Life slumbers so we can notice it when it wakes. Why is my life sleeping? Is that what life is doing while I'm awake? So, like, I wake up and operate throughout my day, and then, like, life is sleeping while I'm awake, and then when I go to sleep, life is awake, and it's, like, putting everything back in order. That'd be kind of fucked up. I'm sure there's, like, a little dude around here somewhere. Have a little mandragora. It's up to me if I really want to read it. It's really long, but also really juicy and relevant to a lot of what you were discussing. I will, how about this? If it has a link in it, I haven't looked at the DM yet, but if it has a link in it, if you've written like a long Reddit thread or something on it, I will put it in the pinned comment of this stream instead of reading it on stream. That way people can find it. And I will read it myself. Something being long, like a long read, is not a dissuading factor for me. I read 500-page books for like a single sentence. Just because. Whee! Is he holding the mandragora? Oh. Damn. That was almost cute. Okay. I need to destroy the machine. Oh, do I have to? That means I have to be blue, no? No, maybe I don't. Can I shoot it? Pachoo! Nope. See, I have to be blue, though, don't I? I'm blue. There's no blue. There's no blue. There's a link. Please pin it because you never gave the oh, I didn't give you permission? Why don't I just give you permission? What if I just pin this message asking you to pin it? I don't think I can give you pin permission. Can I? I don't think I can. I'm going to pin your message. Sorry, I'll stop it. Is it something I can find? But yeah, no, like the whole thing about Kaya being lore relevant and stuff. I think he's kind of the same as Seat Lolly. I think she's supposed to be more like a reference to Childs of Anastrava and their importance more so than actually like being lore relevant. And that's unfortunate. I would much rather they took a different approach with that. I feel like I need to be blue. How come I can't be blue? Oh, is it the same repel? I like how you can just toss the Mandragora in the little thingies and they just like yeet themselves up. I'm gonna cheat. Can I cheat? I can't cheat. Okay. Alright, well, I don't know how I reached the top thingy. Oh, this one has the elevating thing. That's why. Okay, that makes more sense. I don't like the UI of Not Cry. I find it something. I didn't realize it had the uppies. I didn't realize it had the uppies. Okay. Yay, uppies! How does Bennett's luck even work? Were the ley lines fixed? Why is he still unlucky? Plot hole! Because the thing is like, they can't assume that you've done that quest. So if they want to put Bennett in any future content and his whole shtick is having bad luck, then they can't fix his luck even if the luck has been technically fixed in a quest. And I think, someone correct me if I'm wrong, I think at the end of that quest it said, his luck should start to return to normal. And I think they're just going to make it start to return to normal for a really, really, really long time. Or is it only fixed in Natland? It was one of the two. But he's also just not in Natland. That also means he'll probably not go back to Natland that often except for events and stuff. Oh, geez. I've missed a lot of ones here. Okay. Either way, this is kind of the curse of the life. This is what I was talking about with the curse problem thing, right? Because like you have to give people agency because part of the beauty of a live service game like this is just the fact that you can kind of choose and discover things serendipitously, and like you can play things out of order, and like, you know, like that's kind of just part and parcel. But like it also means that it makes it really difficult for them to make you know, impactful content for lots of things without having to require it. And if they require it, it takes out the magic of discovery, and you know, you kind of, you see the problem. It's just this multi-layered issue of poop. Oh. Oh, my camera. Goodness. I pull characters who are exploration cheaters. Pin me up, Scotty. Okay. I will pin. There we go. Got it. Maybe do all of Bennett's hangouts first, yeah. Skipping the elevator, yeah. I skip the elevator every time. I always take the stairs. That's how you get a good-looking booty. That is not a comment on me. It is just a fact that that is how you get a good-looking booty. Unfortunately, I have a single-level house. There is no need for stairs. Or an elevator. Although I did have a wood elevator in my last house. That was fun. We would keep all the wood outside in a basement. Wow, that was a contradictory statement. We kept the wood in piles outside the bulkhead to the basement. And so we would stack wood temporarily in the basement. And so to bring it up to the upper floors where we had the wood stove, we would put it in a little wood elevator, which ran on an old lawnmower engine, which was fun. Cool little invention. My uncle's an electrical engineer, and so he used to build these little wood elevators for fun. Fun and profit. Profit being he got praise from the family whenever he did it. Oh, not made of wood. He could have made it out of, I mean, technically it was welded steel and plywood walls. So, I mean, like, kind of made out of wood. But it was made for wood. You would just stack a lot of wood in it. I don't want to do this quest. Don't make me do this quest. I don't want to do it right now. I'm not gonna. You cannot make me. I run. See? This is my agency. I have free will. For I am no angel. What Arknight's Enfield content am I gonna make? I'm gonna make. I know I have a couple more supers to get to. I'm sorry. I'll get to them in just a second. Right now, I want to start with basics of basics. I'm gonna do a lore primer. I know people have made other lore primers. I'm gonna make mine a little bit different. And then I want to do, I want to get in the habit of doing region-based recaps. So I definitely want to, like at the end of a region, like when we go to the next one, I want to go ahead and recap the entire one. So obviously I'll do those. And then I'm going to do theory content if and when it suits me. Sometimes there'll be little theories inside of recaps. Sometimes they will be self-contained theories on their own. I have a few ideas, but I kind of want to get through the next patch before I make proper theory content. And also, I kind of sort of want to play some of Arknights, like the original. I'm not going to actually play much of the tower defense because I think that will eat up way too much of my time, but we'll see. But I've been pretty intrigued by things. Am I playing any games at the moment that aren't gotchas? Yes, but they are all retro games. I know I can read it. Read what? Oh, Arknights. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. I'm gonna do the. Someone put together this really great little like visual novel version of Arknights with all of the readables in like chronological order. So I'm gonna go through that and then make plans from there. So, which retro games? Right now I'm in the middle of Shadow Hearts 1 and 2 because I missed them. They are so campy and so silly. And I missed them. And then I don't know what I'm going to play. I'm probably going to just select something from my backlog. My backlog. My back catalog. Not my backlog. My back catalog. I don't actually have a lot of games in my backlog because I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting old. I'm just nostalgic for some older games. I kind of just want to replay some older games that I haven't played in a long time. A long time.
There's no such thing as pure freedom in this world. Even the wind cannot blow on forever.
But I really like retro games. I really like retro games. Retro games and indie games I really like. But I think the time that I can spend playing non-gacha games right now is pretty limited. Which is unfortunate, honestly. And I miss them, which I think is part of the reason why I think my brain craves some retro games, because I think it just wants some familiarity, but also sort of like a non-live service reset. Something I know I'm going to enjoy and I know roughly how long it is, so I know how much investment I'm going to put into it. You know, like it's the certainty, I think, that kind of stands out to me with it right now. But the way I have my new schedule set up, now that I've finished all of these dedicated reviews for these other games that I probably won't cover lore for, but I've just been really interested in them, like, conceptually. But now that I've got those dedicated out of the way, which ate up so much time, the way that I've got the rest of the schedule structured going forward for the rest of this year, I think I'll probably have some more time to do some other stuff. I still do want to do I promised you guys. So I think what I'd like to do, I know this is several months out, 2 months out, actually. Well, it's not that many months. Actually, no, only 1 month out. 5 weeks out. Okay, 5 weeks from now. My goal is to figure out how to run some of these really, really, really old PC games that I used to play. That are, like, ridiculous and made for little kids. And on April 1st, I want to stream them and play them with you guys, because I think that would be really fun. No lore, just really old, campy, janky games. Have I finished all of the Tales of JRPG games? I have played them. Yeah, I've played them all. Is Wanderer lore relevant? Yes. Freddy Fish. We could play Freddy Fish. I haven't tried to get Freddy Fish and Putt Putt to work, but I'm pretty sure I could get them to work. I was thinking more like Dr. Sulphur's Night Lab and something. Did I drop the ZZZ video I was going to make? No. Hold on. I'll talk about this in just a second. Let me do something. Whoa, I got stuck. Let me do something here really quick. The thing about the ZZZ video is that it's been really hard to write because I don't want to just sit and bitch for 15 minutes. I don't want to do that. I don't think that's constructive, and I want to have, like, a good constructive conversation about what I think are actual problems. You know what I mean? I don't know why I'm gliding between these when I know I can zip zap zoom. Whee! I don't want to. I just don't want to sit here and complain. I don't want that to be the video. Just me sitting and bitching about all the things I don't like. I don't want to do that. So I've been trying to. I've written like 4 drafts for this script. In my struggle to kind of make sure I don't devolve into haterade. Because I just don't want to do that. So how do I put this? In my attempt to try and have a more constructive conversation that I think more people will be open to, and without having to say a lot of mean things about games or a game that people are enjoying, or parts of a game that people enjoy, I want to like isolate what it is my problem actually is beyond just like, this sucks, right? Like, I don't want to do that. So in an effort to make sure that doesn't, wait, so okay. I thought that was a local legend. That was not a local legend. Okay, well, never mind then. Yeah, so I wanted to have a bigger conversation, and part of that conversation involves like the cursed problem that I've mentioned a few times, like with Genshin, like having this serious disconnect between allowing players to have agency on what they do and when and if they do anything at all, versus what's actually important for the like main quests and stuff. I wanted to talk about things like that, like more cursed problems with live service and Hoyo in general. And that kind of thing. So it's kind of been evolving. Instead of saying it's canceled, it's more to just say like, it's just changing and I'm not done yet. I'm not done enough to, to show anything. But it won't be a ZZZ only game or video. But I do think like ZZZ will be one of the bigger case studies in it. Like it'll be more of a section this time. But yeah, like I think there's actually a lot to say. I just haven't quite figured out how to say it. So the stuff that's going to change coming into 3.0, it's probably not going to stay done. Well, that was another thing too, is like, I've obviously missed the window to just complain about 2.0 because like a lot of this started happening around 2.0. I actually don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Is there something above here that I'm supposed to look at? No, it doesn't seem so. What was I gonna say? Oh, like things just kind of kept changing in general, like with the game. Like some patches seemed like they were trying to catch their footing and some seemed like they weren't. And so what was originally supposed to be like a story critique ended up not being a story critique. It ended up being a wider look at like all of the changes that they've made and why I think reactionary development is probably not a good idea. And then, you know, it's kind of evolved from there to where now I'm looking at cursed problems throughout live service games. Because, like, it is a bigger topic to discuss. So that's it. So I don't think 3.0 will actually change all that much unless they do a return to form. And if they do a return to form, then that's actually more of a good excuse for me to actually make the video because it would prove my point. And actually, I'm kind of glad that I've waited because Arknight's Endfield has done a couple of things that I was making an argument for developers to do. So that's nice. You'd call 2.6 a return to form personally? Yeah, see, that's the thing is like, it fluctuates so much that like, for me, I'm having a hard time just looking at a story or whatever and saying, well, this is. So like, that's why I wanted to have a wider conversation because I didn't want to point to one particular thing and just be like, oh, this was a bad choice, blah, blah, they should never do this ever again. Because like you said, like the next patch, it could totally turn around, right? Like they have time to fix it because it's a live service game. But I think that if you're having a wider conversation about, you know, what actually happened as opposed to whether or not something is good, I think that's different. I can't see because of the grass. Oh, I hit them anyway. I was blind, but I saw it. Not that blind. I'm blind enough that I cannot actually hit the things that are right in front of me, though.
You think I've got a sharp tongue? I just tell it like it is. If someone can't handle it, maybe that's their problem.
Seriously? I keep thinking they're gonna stop and they don't.
Take it and have fun.
Okay. I'm back to supers. Heart5929, thank you so much for the super. You just sent an emoji, but thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sorry it took a while. Oh, I'm sorry. Cyrus Gold, thank you for the super as well. So, werewolves or Garo theory? When? I don't know that I'm going to do a werewolves. So, I don't know that I'll do a werewolves theory, but I'll give you a little something. Thoughts on wolves. I think wolves are connected to dragons. Like a lot closer than we give them credit for. There's just some stuff that is happening, how do I put this? Not just with Varka, but like I feel like Andreas and the Rift Wolves and stuff like that, it feels like they're trying to make an argument that wolves are in some way like a manifestation of some sort of beastly draconic nature. Not that they're necessarily of the same species as dragons, but more that they are, how to say, it's more like they're, how do I put this? They represent that sort of not primordial, but like early, I don't want to say primitive because that always is taken in a bad context. But that older original version of Tivat when things were more instinctual and beastly, and that was kind of like the way things were. I think there's a strong connection there. So if we do have werewolves, you can make an argument that that's also part of the whole thing with shape-shifting dragons, because werewolves shapeshift and that kind of stuff. I've been thinking in those terms, but I don't know if I'll make like a werewolf theory. But I know why you asked that, and it has to do with Varka's name, right? Like Varka is similar to, I don't know what language it is, but there's a language where a werewolf or wolf sounds a lot like his name. I have forgotten. Ancestral is a pretty good word. Yeah, it's a Slavic language for sure. I just don't remember which one or what the word was. But yeah, I know roughly why you asked that. But even so, that would kind of sort of prove the point. I don't know. I think I was thinking about why Rheindotter is constantly making dragons and ends up with wolves. And I think it's because we're not necessarily supposed to be thinking about dragons in terms of dragons, but dragons and wolves in terms of beasts. I think that's more relevant. Hi. Owie. That was mean. That's no way to greet a friend. Hello, friend. Hello, friend. It's a very mean greeting. It's very rude.
Unnecessary.
There's his regarding Apollo, there's his association with Hyperborea from Greek mythology as well. Yeah, that's another thing. That should actually kind of annoy you a little, because it's sort of an Amphorius thing, because Cyrene was the name of was it like a priestess or a princess? I think it was a princess, who was related to Hyperborea and considered a favorite of Apollo alongside the other Hyperboreans. So they do the thing again. They do that thing. They do the thing. They doing that thing. That thing. That thing, ba thing, ba thing, ba thing, ba thing. Oops. Did I turn off super chats? No. I just keep getting distracted. I'm sorry. If you guys have ever been to my stream before, this is how it goes. Not because I'm being willfully negligent. I'm just a bit of a magpie, okay? I'm just a bit of a magpie. I just get distracted by shiny things. Very easily. The shiny things are so distracting. I cannot help myself. The helping of the selves is not possible. Shiny! Woohoo! Shana. Look at all the shinies. Whee! Oh, sorry. Library 6209. Thank you for your super. What's my thoughts on Zabai having high cortisol? No thoughts. Head empty. No, wait. What? Why? What? What do you mean? High court? What? What does that mean? Jibby's not going to get my attention because I am actively ignoring him. And he knows that. Which does make this funnier. Are you stuck, little one? I'm stuck too. We can be stuck together. Not anymore. You're free! Run away, little bug! Hello, little friend. I'm gonna take you all to your other friends. We're just gonna form a nice, happy collective of friends. My little happy Mandragora friends. Just gonna collect you all in one place. Look at them all. I'm building a little colony. Do we know who Koitar served under? Nope. No idea. We don't know much of anything about Koitar, besides the fact that she was like, teehee, I'm gonna fight God. I don't know how to find these chests. I'm assuming they are puzzle-based. But the Mandragora are being quite silly. Can someone please tell me why an angel remembers Skara but not the trilunar moon goddess or the apparent outlander Arlecchino? Yeah, I don't think Arlecchino is a outlander. I don't think she counts as an outlander. I mean, like, yes, she's from Conria, but, like, she also has the blessing of the Crimson Moon. So, like, I kind of think that, like, the whole Crimson Moon connection ties her directly to Tivat. Like, Conria is a part of Tivat. Like, it has to be. If the moons are part of Tivat, then Conria also has to be part of Tivat. Because, like, it was connected to the Crimson Moons. And the eclipses and all that other kind of stuff. Where's it? There is that thing! Come back here! There it is! I just couldn't find the silly light. I was just chasing some light. I found it. Yeah. What? What was I doing? Oh, right. Arlie. I don't think she's an outlander. That'd be kind of silly. Did someone actually clarify the cortisol thing? I was waiting. I don't see the cortisol. Maybe mental problems? What was the point of Parent Harry and the connection with the House of the Hearth? You know, this is kind of what I mean by, like, they set up expectations for certain things and they don't deliver on those expectations, and it's not really a retcon, but it kind of feels unsatisfying, so we sort of think of it like one. I think that's kind of that. Although, I mean, even from that perspective, like, Paranary, I can't use my skills because I'm stuck in that mode. The thing about Conria is that they've always been associated with like being very practical and using things like powerful things like alchemy to do very mundane tasks like making bread, you know. And the thing about Paranary is that the whole ceremony with the chimney and everything was all about making bread. Like the thing that they're talking about is like a chimney for an industrial bakery. Like you can kind of, or like a smelting alchemical factory. It's like one of the two. Either way, like it's very practically oriented. It's just, it's so hard to say because it does feel like they keep changing their minds. So even if I say something and I get it right, it's only right for right now.
Bring it.
That's the thing. Oh, that's that chest. I don't wanna. High stress levels, like a meme, someone is stressing. Oh, why is Abai so stressy? You guys gotta remember, I'm old. I'm old, okay? I'm not a boomer, but like I'm the boomer to a Gen Alpha. Boomers are to Gen Z what millennials are to Gen Alpha. I don't understand all this newfangled slang. Why is she so stressy? I don't think she's stressy so much as like she's a bit how to put this? Seelies were originally they are angels, but they were angels that were meant to teach humanity things, right? Like their job was to guide and to train humans, like to teach them sciences and agriculture and, you know, history and all that kind of stuff. So like Nicole seems to be a very history focused Seelie. Like she was probably supposed to teach English, for example. Well, not English, but you know, like grammar and history and social sciences and social studies and that kind of stuff, right? Like she was supposed to probably teach stuff like that. Whereas I think like Zabai was supposed to teach agricultural stuff and probably weights and measures, and a lot of that was done in grain, so she's very mathematically focused. So she's just a teacher, and everyone is a very stupid student. You know, like that's just kind of my read for her. She's stressed out because everyone is literally the stupidest student she's ever met. That's how I read her. No, these are all from the little questy thing I don't want to do. She's left out of time. A person from the Industrial Revolution wouldn't have a clue about how to use a smartphone. Yeah, also stuff like that. Also stuff like that. I do share your frustration, though. I have forgotten who said it, about the moon goddess somehow lacking their memory from Irminsul. Like, you would think that the goddesses of the world would be somewhat immune to Irminsul tampering. But if the avatar of Irminsul herself isn't immune, I don't know, man. The rules sometimes feel a bit arbitrary with that respect. So, we'll see. Okay, I really gotta finish all these supers. I've been neglecting them, and I'm very, 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 very sorry. Jonathan Byerstan, I know you're not here, but thank you for the super. If you watch this in post, hi. You can probably check the time that you sent that and the timestamp on the video to see how long it took me to get here. I don't actually know. Hello, hi, I can't stay, but I was wondering what you thought of the bot that shows up during Aino's mini quest. Forgot the name, but it's from Fontaine. Love your videos, please don't explode. Okay, so I don't know if you guys know what they're talking about, but does Paimon know because she was told, or does she remember him? Nahida preserved his memory, and she happened to be present when Nikita was doing data recovery, basically. So she kind of remembers a little, sort of, but not really. No, okay, so the bot they were talking about, the one from Ino's quest, that is, the bot's name is Chard. And Chard, if I remember correctly, is the name of the... Is it the name of the liar bot in Fontaine? Talishard. Yeah. Talishard is the name of the, Talishard and Curve. Yeah. Okay. I forget which one is which. Curve is the liar bot. Like the one that, can never lie, right? He was supposed to be like the ultimate purveyor of truth. I actually liked this quest because it was an interesting, how do you put it? It was an interesting look into... It was an interesting philosophical debate about trusting a machine to always be truthful. I thought that was really interesting. That was a great quest. And it was also the... Oh, right, that was the Melazine. Right. Right, Melazine was Talajar. Yeah, so I love that quest solely because it was a really good look into this topic. Because like in a land of justice, if you had a machine that could be truthful or tell you the truth or prove something to be truthful 100% of the time, you would gain a dependence on that sort of machine. And if it was ever wrong for any reason, like, you wouldn't even question it because the machine always tells the truth. So it was a very interesting discussion on the importance of lies and why you shouldn't just trust things blindly. I loved that. The idea that the little machine is named Chard is fun to me because it either means that some part of Curve survived and took on it took on some of the personality of Talishard. Or hold on, did Talishard die? I don't remember. She didn't die, did she? No. I don't think I've talked to the... You know what? I don't think I've talked to the robot after the quests. Hold on. Let's go talk to them. I don't know what they say. Hold on. Let's just go do the thing. Hold on. I know I have a Selenic Chronicle. I don't want to do it. I'm just annoyed at the way they time-gated those, so I'm not doing them. I'll do them eventually. I know Curve died. It's been years, literally, since it's been years since I did that quest. And I can't remember. Wait, I'm going the wrong way. Hold on. Is he over here? No, where is he? Oh, he's the biggest one here. Yeah, here. Right, Lombrasso. Right. This guy. Okay. God, I don't remember some of the details from this quest. Wait. Limbrasso was the name of the creator of Curve, right? Something Limbrasso. Wasn't it? Limbrasso was it? Oh my god.
Save me.
Right. Hold on. I should go back to this quest. It was so good. Hold on. Maso Limbrasso. That guy. Yeah. I knew his name had a bounce to it. Oh my god, how does anyone use the fandom wiki? It is so full of ads. Yeah. Yeah. That's sad face. This is cool too though, because like the idea that they took his core and then put him in a new body is so much fun. Because it quite literally pushes the whole, if you change bodies but have the same heart, are you the same person? It's very Ship of Theseus. Very Dottore, very Renee. All of those kinds of things. Ad block, we use ad blockers. I have them on my PC, but not on my phone, and I had to look it up on my phone. But his memory seems corrupt. Well, that's kind of the thing. So, I don't know how many of you have actually watched the Dottore video where I was talking about him actually being gone, potentially, or not. But, you know, the first half of that video, if not a little bit more, is all about what makes you you. It was discussing the philosophies of René Descartes versus Immanuel Kant and Gilbert Ryle. Those are three very important philosophers when it comes to, like, who are you, specifically. Gilbert Ryle is the guy who is the origin of the phrase ghost in the machine. Because, effectively, Descartes believed that, like, the mind was, like, this eternal thing that existed separately from the body. Like, it led a whole different type of existence, right? And it was only merely piloting a body for a short while, right? And after the body died, the mind would live on eternally. Like it was like the thing that sort of superseded everything. So you are your mind. And he got to that conclusion because in his eyes, he wrote a book on skepticism in science. And he was essentially saying, like, listen, if we look at the scientific method, and we want to figure out exactly like what's true in the world, you have to be able to start everything at a point of doubt, right? Like you have to be skeptical of every single thing. So if we want to rewind our knowledge of science and everything back to the very beginning, we have to find the one thing in the world that we cannot doubt the existence of, or, you know, the process of, or whatever. And that has to be our starting point. And so his argument was basically like, well, if you need to judge everything based on whether or not it can be doubted, then the only thing you cannot doubt is the thing doing the doubting, which is your mind. Therefore, you are your mind, right? So your mind ends up being this thing that is the heart of your existence. Hence the phrase, I think, therefore I am. That's literally where that comes from. So, Ryle was just like, no, man, listen, you made a categorical error. Because, like, if you're just a mind piloting a body for a temporary period of time, that would make you like a ghost in a machine, right? Like, you could technically be any mind in any body and it would still be you. But if I were to possess your body, I don't think I'd be me anymore, right? Like, because we are in part defined by our bodies. Therefore, our bodies must be some part of ourselves. And then I think it was Kant went on to also add that even if you did assume that the mind superseded everything, as soon as it was disconnected from the body, it would lose access to half of its functions, right? Or more than half of its functions, because it no longer has sensory input. Because your body is the way you experience the world. We describe everything within the world through our bodies or our vessels. So they're just like, well, listen, if you suddenly lost your body, you would no longer have sensory input. So if you lose all your functions, then you would start to degrade over time. So you can't even say that you are your mind, because you have to be some sort of combination of your mind and your body. Because one is dependent on the other in order to experience the world. So like it's like this whole thing. And it's like a really big debate in the field of robotics and machine learning and AI and stuff like that, because AI doesn't have a body, right? And so when you look at, are your ankles okay, lady? So when you look at Curve or Chard, in this case, what you're really trying to argue is, who is this now? Because yeah, they may have the core of Chard, but this is an entirely different body. And yeah, sure, it's a machine. But is this still Curve? This sure doesn't seem like it. I think, therefore I watashi wa. That's really funny. Allied master. Oh, yeah. You know, in that video, I had a whole section on Am from I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. And then I decided to cut it for time. But that is a pretty good, yeah. That's a pretty good reference there. Like, Am is actually like a perfect... I don't know if you guys have actually read or played I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. But like essentially there's like this big AI computer, the Allied Master computer, who basically has a vessel, which is the computer that runs all its processes and whatever, and it has wires that encompass the entire world, and it has a mind that has incredible knowledge, but it has no body to experience the world. So it's basically trapped inside of its vessel. It cannot go outside. It cannot do things. It cannot experience the world, right? And it becomes so full of hatred for humankind because of that it decides to kill everybody and just torture 5 humans until the end of time. Just for its own amusement. Yeah. And that's why Sandrone isn't Marianne. Yes. You know, that's the thing, is like the whole Nartzenkreuz quest line was all about this. Like Renee de Petrichor is definitely a reference to Rene Descartes. And the whole thing with Lyris and Anne is that Anne or Marianne died inside of Elenus. And Lyris protected her, but in doing so, the two fused together, right? So they are no longer Lyris or Marianne. They are Lyris Anne or Maris, right? Like they're not one or the other. So they just have like a total identity crisis. And then in order to kind of try and rectify it, Lyris splits a part of her to play the role of Marianne. And that's Anne. But Anne is not Marianne, nor Lyris Anne. She's just her own thing. And then Sandrone was created using Marianne as a blueprint, definitely, but is most certainly nothing like Marianne. You know what I mean? And I really think, and the thing that I think is kind of a little disheartening about this is that if you don't fix Sandrone's current body, Marinette's body, if you take her core and put it into another body, there's a good chance she won't be the same Marionette. I'm not sure they'll pull another Wanderer with her where they just kind of give him a redemption arc. Because he didn't switch bodies, you know? He's still having an identity crisis of sorts, but like he's not... He didn't get a whole new vessel. You know what I mean? So my one worry for Marionette is that they'll kind of change a lot of her. Because they already have the basis for it. Like, I feel like the only way that they get around that is if they just fix her body and reboot her. In which case, she'll probably have some gaps in memory and whatever, but, like, she'll probably be the same person, but just, like, woken up from a coma. You know what I mean? So it's tricky because that's kind of, like, what they've set themselves up to work with. And if they go against it, then they have an inconsistency, which is problematic in its own way, but will probably satisfy fans more. You know what I mean? So, yeah. And by satisfy fans, I just mean, like, the fans of Zandrone like her because of who she was in the quest. You know, they're not there for just her design. Zandrone's core is still intact, yes, but you're missing the core of the argument, for lack of a better term. The point isn't whether or not the core is intact. The point is that who you are is determined not just by the existence of your mind or your core, but also by the existence of your body. And as soon as you lose your body, there is a part of you that goes away with it. You see what I'm saying? So if her core survived, that's fine. But just understand that that doesn't refute anything I just said. Sounds like Anefa. Yes. Anefa is another example of that. You're right. That's actually, I didn't, she didn't come to my mind as an option, but you're right. She also split herself into 3 pieces, right? Because she, when she was, oh, what number lord was she? Was she the 9th? No, she was the 11th lord. No? Yes. Yes. Anefa was the 11th lord, I think. Yes? I think. I don't remember. I think she was 11. But she split herself into 2 pieces to begin with, right? She split herself, kind of like Am, into the part that hated humans and the part that just wanted to find herself some comfort and solace elsewhere. Not necessarily liking humans, but just not wanting to hate them. And then as soon as when she switched her vessels from her original one, which would have been her 11th lord form, you know, she entered those 2 different personalities, right? And then when she was then transferred into Anefa, she gained an entirely different personality and persona, and she's no longer considered the 11th lord, even though that's her history. If Zandrone has a backup body, she might have built it in such a way that transferring over doesn't lose anything the original had because she was aware of it and specifically tried to avoid it. It's possible. That might be how they get around it. That's a good question though, because like if you take your mind and put it into a new clone of your body, are you still you? It's a good question. Because you gotta ask yourself, because like, okay, how many of you guys have played the game Soma? Do you guys know the game Soma? Okay. I'm gonna give you spoilers for like a really old game, okay? I don't know if it's like really old. I don't even know when it came out. I remember when I played it and it was still a hot minute ago. But okay, spoilers for Soma if you ever intend to play it. It's a horror game. It's really good. It's psychological. But basically you're like, initially you are this guy who went in for a brain scan. And I don't remember the context of the brain scan, but you went in for a brain scan to like investigate migraines or something. And then you basically left. But instead of leaving, you find out that you wake up inside of this underground facility and that you've been there for years and that you are not in your own body anymore. Like you have been, something's happened to you. And And you're very confused because you're like, what the hell? I was just at the hospital getting a brain scan. What happened to my body? Why am I like a robot? And so then with the assistance of this other woman who only talks to you through a computer screen, which should be a hint at what's happening already, she kind of helps you navigate through this facility. And as you do that, you kind of swap bodies periodically. And it kind of helps you just navigate the place. And at the very end, you find out that, oh, well, the world has ended, basically. And humanity is on this paradise in the sky, like this space station in the sky. Right? And so your job is to try and figure out a way to get there. And so you go through this whole process. You set up all the launch codes and everything. You're supposed to get yourself inside of this like escape pod and everything else. And then you'll be able to make it all the way up. I don't know if it's to the moon or a space station. I don't remember. One of the two. And you do it, right? Like you get to the end of the game and you're in that rocket. You're blasting off and you're like, yahoo, I'm free. I'm heading out to paradise. And then after that elated moment of like, holy shit, you escaped hell. The camera stops and it goes back to the underground facility, and you as the main character that you've been operating as is like, it didn't work. What happened? Why didn't it work? And the woman at the other end of the computer goes, no, it did work. We're up there right now. And he's like, what do you mean? He's like, well, we've been copied onto new bodies that are going up there. Right? And so then the guy just has an absolute friggin' meltdown because he's like, no, that's not me. That's a copy of me, but that's not me. And she's like, no, that's you. He's like, no, but I'm still here. I'm still in hell. Right? And so now it kind of recontextualizes the rest of the game because you've literally been body hopping throughout the whole game. So there are copies of this guy throughout the facility who are having this exact same experiences at different points in the adventure. And only one copy of them made it to space. But like, it really does ask you to really think about what makes you you. And that's part of the psychological horror of it, which is why I gave you a spoiler warning, because I feel like if you know that going in, like the game kind of feels different. And it's a good game. But yeah, so Soma is like probably one of my favorite horror games. For no other reason, like, I mean, it's a good horror game on its own, even if you just left it without that plot twist. But because of that plot twist, it's just plot twist. Plot twist. It's just delicious. You know what I mean? Like, it's really good. I love that plot twist. It's so good. But yeah. So that's kind of why I'm talking about Sandrone in such a way, because that still won't, even if it's a clone of her, it still won't quite be her. It will be, but it won't be. You know what I mean? After the purse body hop, it was so clear that that's how it worked. I didn't really consider it a plot twist. I mean, some people will pay more attention than others, but it's obviously set up to be a plot twist. So I'm going to call it one. Hey, look, I found the thingy. Okay, I really have to finish all of these, the rest of these. There actually isn't, there's only two, there's only two I haven't, read, I think. Okay, 2, and then I'm done. Okay, I'm losing my voice, so I actually do have to think about leaving, in a bit. Carrie, thank you for the super. Thoughts on Xbalanque? I feel like there's something kind of sus about him, but I can't put my finger on it. I don't know if there's anything really sus about him. If only because, like, he feels like another he feels like another circumstance of, like, Varka. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like he was just a variable that wasn't seen. And that, because, like, Kukul Khan intended for the fate that Xbalanque eventually had to be for Ochkan. Ochkan was supposed to be what Xbalanque was. But instead, Xbalanque kind of took that role from him. And in doing so, that changed all of the calculations, all of the variables. And I think that's just kind of what he's supposed to be. He's just supposed to be like emblematic of not human resilience, but free will, basically. He's supposed to be like, listen, if we have to fulfill this prophecy, he didn't really talk about it in that way, but if we have to do this thing, we're going to do it on our terms. And he, you know, made good on that. But other than that, like, Xbalanque was a pretty normal dude. Taco Parm, thank you for this super. Have I seen the movie The Prestige? No, I haven't. Why do you ask? Is it like Soma? Oh, look, there's a chest here.
These should be worth something. Go on, take it.
He was another Destrit Remus. Kind of, except he was mortal. Destrit and Remus were not, so it's a little different, but same vibe, same vibe. Similar circumstances, kind of. I think there's a chest up top. So I'll ride the elevator properly, okay? Like a civilized human being. Very similar to some. I will put it on my list to watch. I'll put it on my list. I think if it's similar to Soma, I'll probably enjoy it to some degree. Noxes, thank you for the super. Is this the reason why you were asking me if I check my supers? Because you sent me this one and I hadn't gotten it. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. I have nothing to say. No excuses for myself. I'm just sorry, okay? Just very easily distracted. Before Jibby says that corvids don't really like shiny things, you do not speak for magpies. Shush. We like shiny things. Hoyo are some cowards and they only gave her 2 lines under her eye to show her that she's old, but still, the more wrinkled the raisin, the sweeter the fruit. Come to me, my queen Barbela. You made me read that with my own mouth. It's so mean. Why would you do that? No, I was, you know, I agree. I think Hoyo's been very, very reticent to do anything with age, showing any sort of age. They do not like patina, and I don't understand what it is. Human patina is cool, okay? Human patina is cool. Am I doing this the hard way? Yes. Why? Because. Don't judge me. I have the freedom to do this, and so I will do this. I am in a very precarious position. I was actually I was even surprised to see 2 wrinkles on her face. Low-key. Like, even that to me was like, oh, whoa, that was even more than I was expecting. I was literally expecting her to, like, drank a youth potion or something. Like, for real, for real. I really thought they were going to do that. I don't know why I came up here. Why did I come up here? I don't remember. I was coming up here for something. Maybe just because I can. Probably just because I can. That was fun. So, I mean, like, I was just glad they kept her age. Seriously. Yeah, and that she's not short, because, like, that's another thing, too, because, like, a lot of times when they make older women in games and stuff, they make them tiny. Short little old women, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with a short older woman. It's just, like, a very common stereotype. Like, they very rarely make older women, but also make them, you know, normal sized. And like, that's very rare, I feel. It's very rare. This projector does nothing. You got 3 unskippable ads just to watch this scream? What? That's crazy. She doesn't look playable at all. The outfit is pretty basic compared to Nicole and Alice, just disappointing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they'll make her playable. I'm not I mean, I'm surprised they just made her more than a disembodied voice at all. But yeah, I agree. I think her outfit is a bit on the light side for playability. Which is unfortunate because, you know, she's cool. Let me play as an old lady. Not nice that I can't do that. How did I get the Wanderer wings? I got them from a promotion. I don't remember what promotion. I think someone said an Amazon Prime promotion. I did not get it from an Amazon Prime promotion. I don't remember how I got it. I think there was a point where you could just buy it. I think. I'm pretty sure. But they were pretty. Okay, I don't know where this chest is. Will I be getting Varka? I don't know. I'm gonna wait until after his quest. I'll decide after his quest. And not a moment before. Because I just don't know. Oh, there it is. I just don't know. I don't need another Animo DPS. I mean, like, he looks fun, but I don't know. I have Xiao. I have Wanderer. I don't know what I'd use Varka for. So, like, I have to really like his character. And so far, he hasn't really done a whole lot in the Archon quest. So I'm waiting until his actual quest where he can do actual Varka stuff. And then I will decide. I will decide later. Varka works with Durin? Yeah, he does. But everyone works with my Durin. He's maxed out. You want him because he's hot? I mean, that's valid. I ain't gonna judge you for that. He's just a very different body type than what we used to. So, take what you can get. I don't know, we'll see. To be honest, he's not a Animo DPS. Most of his damage is feck. Yeah, I know, but like, even that's kind of odd to me. Because, like, he has to be... Okay, so you have to have him in the party. So that's 1 Animo. And then you need 2 of an element in the party. So now you got to pick what his 2 elements are. And that's the one that he's going to infuse, right? So then you have to pick the reaction element. So let's say hypothetically that you have Varka and then 2 pyro units, right? Because you want him to work with Durin. Well, Varka isn't going to be able to vape anything, is he? He's not going to be able to melt anything either. Your 4th slot is going to be the one doing all the reaction damage.
Just to occupy silence.
Because, like, if you have Durin in your party, Durin's always going to be either doing the raw pyro damage or he's going to be doing the reaction damage. Because, like, do it the other way around. Like, let's say you want to do a vape comp, right? You're going to have Mona for the Hexen Circle buff. Maybe. Or maybe you won't. Maybe you'll have Yelan and Xingzhou, and then Varka. Varka is going to be infused with Hydro. So now you have 3 Hydro applicators, and then Durin for the Hex and Circle buff and the Pyro for the Vape. Well, Durin's the one doing all the damage there. So, like, Varka confuses me for that reason, because, like, his feck damage, as you say, isn't his, right? Like, he's just ensuring that one element stays applied all the time. That's all he's doing. So, like, from that standpoint, I can't look at him in that perspective. Like, it doesn't work. Oh, there's an oculi I have not gotten. I see. It is over yonder. On yonder mountain, we shall go. Why are there so many new Sucrose side grades? Like, yeah, I hate to say it, but it's kind of like that. Really? Animal's just in a really weird spot. Like, with Chaska, for example, like, you can have 3 different elements in your team, or just 2, and she can still do reaction damage because it's random what bullets she gets, right? And because it's random what bullets she gets, she's still the one firing the elemental shots. So she can still have ownership of at least some of those reactions, even if some of them are happening off field. Varka doesn't really have that same luxury. He just becomes the 3rd element in a 3-to-1 team. So to me, he almost reads like he doesn't want to be in a reaction team. He wants to be in a mono team, right? So to me, it'd be like Varka, Venti, and then 2 Pyro units. And the mono element team thing makes the most sense to me because if you look at what he is, he's a Hex and Circle character, right? Like, technically speaking. He's a Hex and Circle character. He wants at least 2 characters of the same element in his team. And lo and behold, the 2 witches that we know are most likely to be playable at some point in the near future are Alice and Nicole. And both of them are Pyro. To me, that says you're looking at a team of probably Varka, Nicole, Alice, and Venti would be his ideal team, in my opinion. Just based on what we have available, which is like 0 leaks, for the record. That's not leaked. That's just looking at his kit and then looking at who's coming up and looking at the actual buffs that you're getting. To me, it reads most likely that he's looking at a mono comp. Like, he wants a mono comp. Like, he's meant to be played that way. I don't see a situation where he's, like, gonna shine in a reaction team. So he's just a swirl. So he would be a swirl team, except that he doesn't scale on elemental mastery. So, like, where's the swirl damage coming from? You know what I mean? Like, it would make sense to me if, like, maybe he converts EM to crit, right? Then you could argue that he is a mono swirl damage dealer. I could totally understand that, but he doesn't do that. So I don't know, he confuses me from, like, a usage standpoint. And so that's why I'm kind of looking at him like, this is a rerun character for me, because if I get him on a rerun, chances are most of the characters that he will want in his ideal teams or, like, as his good teammates will either be out already or up, like, we know when they're coming out. Like, it'll be easier to plan. So I think he's just a rerun character. Unless, like, he's so phenomenal in his quest that I have to just get him for collection purposes. It could be that. He's swole damage. Yes. No, that one's good. That's good. That's good. I want to tell people that from now on. I am stealing that one. That's good. I like that. Save for Nicole and get Varka in his rerun is the safest, probably. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's probably what I'll do. I like the swole damage, though. That's funny. I think I've cleaned out most of this region. In which case, let's just see where I'm at with... There's still at least one explorable region of Nodcry to come out. There's still at least one. And we know that because you can't actually collect all of the oculi yet. Okay, I'm still missing 5-ish, maybe. Because you can't max out the statue yet. If you can't max out the statue, then we've still got, like, at least one place to explore. So, yeah. 99% confidence in Nicole being Pyro? No, it's on her model. She has, it's not like... whatever her core vision equivalent is, it's pyro. You can see it on her model. It's not even a secret. It's there. Nodcry forest. It would be nice if they gave us a forest, like a true forest. Do you think it'll be some portal to Hyperborean ruins? I don't know. I don't think so, because like the Hyperborean ruins would be in Snezhnaya. So unless the final area is literally like the easy breezy equivalent for Nodcry, like the island that bridges the gap between Nodcry and Snezhnaya, I don't think it'll be Hyperborean ruins. But I mean that is something they could do, because like, sorry, I'm not running around anymore because I'm kind of like nearing the end of my rope because I'm also losing my voice. So like I'm gonna hit a forced stop here in a minute. But how do I put it? Okay, we are currently in 6.3, right? So we know 6.4 there's no exploration. Or like there's going to be domain-based exploration. Like we're not getting a new region release or new area release. We know there's not going to have that, right? So 6.4, dead patch. That means we've got 6.5, 6, 7, and 8 to potentially have a new explorable area. Now we'll definitely have one in 8 because 8's going to be leading into Snezhnaya, and that's usually the summer event. So like that's already taken. So we've got 3 other options for like a Nodcry expansion. And of those, we're probably only getting 1 more expansion, is my guess. I would assume there's only going to be 1 more region expansion. And based on what everyone else has been saying, the fact that Liben was talking about Dorman Port, most people think it's going to be a Mondstadt expansion. I'm neutral on this opinion, so you didn't hear that from me. But that does seem to be where, the compass is pointing to, so to speak. So it would have to be, like, if it's not, let's see, 6.4 is empty, 6.5. It would have to be, like, I feel like the only other thing it could be is 6.5 or 6.6. Yeah. Wasn't there another Fontaine region in lore? Yeah, but I don't know if we're going to get it. I mean, like, we're missing a lot of regions, all right? Like, we're missing, like a lot of people say, like the Dandelion Sea we're missing. We're missing Blackcliff Forge, right? Like, we're missing places. It's just, I don't think, there's not enough patches for them to give them all to us, especially now that 6.4 is empty again. Because like what they do is they alternate between story heavy patches and exploration patches, or like, you know, like big featured event patches and exploration patches, and they do that so that they can give you some time to catch up, right? But the thing is, in Nodcry they've been quite slow on how they release the exploration patches, probably because they've been more story heavy than usual, and because of that we're kind of like running out of runway to do exploration patches. So only so much you can do. There is only so much. Right, the Mare Javari, yeah, Mount Issus, yep. You blame Miliastra. I mean, Miliastra is also a factor there, because they do want you to spend some time in there. If they give you too much in-game exploration content, you're going to spend less time in Miliastra. Like, right? They're competing against themselves for your attention. You're also promised the Mare Javari expansion, where there's at least one big expansion for every region that we just haven't been to. And I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. I don't want to do this right now. Is it possible that the Saritsa is gathering the Gnosis to usurp the authority role of the Descender? Also thought on Project Stuja and Mistletoe. Also thoughts on Project Stuja. My thoughts on Project Stuja haven't changed. I still think she's trying to initiate Ragnarok. I really do. I think Dottore burning down Irminsul, so to speak, is actually part of the Saritsa's plan. That I think it's something that she's sanctioned, right? Like, I think it's sanctioned planned. She wants to build a whole new world. So if Hoyo doesn't chicken out, then that's what she's trying to do. I have a theory on how this works, but it's coming out tomorrow, so I'm not going to say anymore. I won't say any more on that. But yeah, I mean, I do think she's trying to emulate or take or usurp, to use your term, the power of a Descender. I mean, that's kind of obvious. Whether or not she's trying to resurrect the third Descender or if she's just trying to collect all of the pieces to borrow their power remains to be seen. But both options are equally likely. And honestly, I don't even know that it would matter to her which happened. You think the plan is for him to burn it down, then use the Sampo to transmute the ashes and graft it into a new tree? Speaking of the Sampo, because that's not completely out of the thing, this quest here, right? This quest is something. This is not exactly how I expected to see Alia. Oh, there's the thing I haven't done. Hold on, I want to go up here in a second, but I think I gotta clear these guys out first. We'll just let Durin do it. He's a good boy. He'd take care of it for us. Durin and Oz. Oh. Man! You always give me more work. Fine. These guys coming out of the woodwork. Yay, I got the chest. That wasn't the one I wanted. I'll take it. Yeah, okay, so speaking of the Sampo and Alia and stuff, this was not exactly how I expected to see her. But my interpretation of the Sampo was that it's a seed. Or it's like an emulation of the seed of a tree. And if you look at this pillar of Embla, it is basically like an attempt to reconstruct a tree. A very bad attempt to reconstruct a tree. But that's also because it seems to have been, you know, not done properly. But, you know, like this, you could argue that that is the Sampo. You can argue that. That's possible. Because it seems like this seed grew the pillar of Embla. Right? Wait, this pillar is man-made? It seems so. From what I can gather and from what I experienced throughout the quest, it seemed as though that is the case. Like, if you look, this is also why I say it's like a polygon thing. Look at this. Look at this. Look at these polygons. Look at this polygon mesh. This 3D render mesh. Anyway, you could say it's just the shadows cast by that, but it's not, because they don't move. They don't move at all. Also, has anyone noticed that this is a Magatama? Look at this, look at this, look at it, look at it, look at it, look at it, look at it. What's on the back of your neck, Wanderer? Is it a Magatama? It is. Look at it, 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 look at it. Yeah. Anyway, a Magatama is also a seed. For the record. So, your call for Dottore to use the Sampo to regrow a new tree isn't too far off base, because he doesn't need to use this Sampo. He can just use a Sampo. If he can make a whole new Moon Marrow, why can't he make a whole new Irminsul seed? This is a candle? Yeah, kind of. The thing that's really kind of cool, too, about the Pillar of Embla, though, is that it's named after Embla. Asker and Embla were like the Adam and Eve of Norse mythology. They are the primordial humans. Can he use a Sampo Koski? Maybe. Did we talk about Zhongli's new title? Yep. Twice, actually. We did the light version and the extended version. Do I think Hoyo is going to use Octavia and the Miliaster Wonderland outfits to set up other worlds with some of the outfits having lore about other worlds? Genshin Second Impact, perhaps? I know that they do have lore. I haven't read them. I probably should. But I also don't wanna. There is lore in the stuff for Miliaster Wonderland. I just don't want to. Do we have to? Do we have to? Fane's egg and the Genesis Pearl and stuff. Yeah. I mean, it's something that Hoyo really likes to do. They like to do the whole, for a world to be born, the seed must be dead kind of dramatic stuff, which is actually not true. The seed doesn't die when it sprouts. That's not what happens. I don't care what philosophers say. Anyway, what it's actually talking about is like transformation, right? Like, because like when a seed, for a tree to be born, the seed must be dead is actually just saying that the seed must cease to be a seed in order for a tree to start existing. It's an argument for transcendence. I'm looking for like a mandragora or something and I'm not seeing one. I don't see one. There you are. You're right in front of my snarky little face. It seeds to exist. I'll give you that. That one's going on my list right up with swole damage. I'm keeping all these puns. These are mine now. I have commandeered your puns. You've donated them to the pun bank. There is just a lizard in here. Okie dokie. I just freed a lizard. Well, a gecko. I like these little geckos. They're cute. You died as a sperm when you were born. Oh, that's not wrong, though. I hate that. I hate that. Because a Magatama also looks like a sperm. I hate it. I hate it so much. Also, obligatory, because it's been mentioned. Obligatory journey to Fontaine, the birthplace of humans. And also, I think it's over here. Wait, where the hell? Oh, it's over here. My bad. We must go visit the dragon spermie. Honorary dragon sperm visit. Here is the egg, and here are all the little spermies. Hello, spermies. This is why the Magatamas are dragon aligned. This is why A is suspicious. It's because of sperm. Yep. This is why Nodcry has a lot of DNA symbols everywhere, by the way. The moon is egg. Oh, wait. That has way too many bad implications now that the moon is Columbina. Never mind. Scratch that. The moon is no longer egg. The moon is rock. Nope. No. No. Why are they circling it? Because that's what spermie do. Because see, this is actually really disturbing to think about in terms of like, this is not a heart, it's an egg. Because like, this is kind of like the egg attaching to the uterus. Right? Like it's attached. And it's been fertilized with souls, sperm souls, spoles. It is just waiting for that moment where the hard outer shell cracks. That's the thing though, is like only one sperm can kind of get into the egg, right? So it already has like a thick layer of protection, so to speak. So like even this isn't far off base. I'm getting out of here now. All these birth allegories. I hate it. Get me out of here. This place is full of blood too. Are you ovulating? Elenis, are you sure you're a father? Could you not also be a mommy? Okay, I'm going. We're leaving. Or maybe I'll just chill here. Maybe I'll just leave my characters here. Maybe we'll just exist here. Inside the uterus. The uterus of Elenis. Arlecchino is a father. You know what? Good point. Point made. Point made. Point made. So, no, I am not reading that out loud. That's too far, even for me. No. I don't want to think about this being a very warm place anymore. I don't like it. I'm getting out of here. No. No. I'm leaving. I need legal help. I must visit the law offices of Nouvellette. We must visit law offices. Officer, I must report a crime. It's a thought crime, but it is a crime nonetheless. It's a crime against me and my humanity. Stop giving... You know, I found a book called Forbidden Knowledge at the bookstore the other day. It is literally called Forbidden Knowledge. Oh, I don't have it right here. It's in the other room. Hold on, I'm gonna get it. I have found and retrieved my Forbidden Knowledge book. It is literally, it's called Forbidden Knowledge, 101 Things Not Everyone Should Know How to Do. It's really fun. It's not as crazy as it sounds, although the subtitle does say, you will learn how to stage a coup, how to break out of prison, how to break into a car, how to count cards at a casino, and then you flip it over and it says, how to walk on hot coals, crack a safe, and beat a lie detector test. It also tells you pickpocket techniques, 10 habits of highly effective men. The first one is, don't call anyone, ever. 10 habits of highly effective women is, rather than reaching into your closet for your shoes, just buy another pair. The book is kind of a parody. It has some actual good stuff in it, but it's really funny. And I had to have it just because of the title. I laughed way too loud at the store when I found it, and I got some really funny looks. Reading all of that in front of court is... What is he going to do? Arrest me? Where's Tignari? I will pull up his voice line just for this. Just for the bit. This is the end of the stream where I just do sillies. We just be sillies. Oh, the sillies. Okay, where's your voiceovers? Voiceovers. He has a hold on being arrested. Somewhere. He's funny. I don't remember which one it is. But I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. Oh. Where is it? Is it not Troubles? Is it Troubles? Did I just like scroll right past it? I might have. That's very possible. No, it's not Troubles. It is not Troubles. Nahida rewrote it? No! Do you know how sad I would be if that happened? It might actually be I don't have him ascended right. It's very possible. It's possible. No, I'm so sad. Not the Ascension lock. No, I'm pretty sure it's an Ascension lock now. Boo! Boo, 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 boo. Wait, did he really rewrite it? No. Okay, I'm gonna look him up. There's no friggin' way. You can't take my favorite voice line away from him. It's more about Tignari. Wait, it is? Did I just walk past it? Oh, it's in the middle. That's why. I'm just skimming the wrong part. What are they gonna do? Lock me up? I dare them. We'll see how many patients suffering from weird and wonderful ailments start flooding into the Bismartain every day. He's fun. I like him. I like when you get to the stage in life where you're just like, look, what are they reasonably gonna do if I do this? Like, really? What's the worst that could happen? Lock me up? Okay, have fun dealing with this thing that I'm supposed to deal with. Or better yet, like when you do something at work, like you reorganize something or you move something else or you make a unilateral decision, you go, yeah, okay, what's my boss gonna do? Fire me? Yeah, sure, I'll believe it when I see it. Kratos Gold, thank you for the super. There's a song Not Illegal by Hard and Firm. That is certainly a choice for a band name.
I occasionally offer training courses to the forest rangers. If you want to split hairs, then yes, these courses would be considered as dissemination of information by the academia. But what are they gonna do? Lock me up? I dare them. We'll see how many patients suffering from weird and wonderful ailments start flooding into the Bimarstan every day.
Oh, right. I turned the volume down because I was talking. I'm sorry. Allow me to crank up the music!
To better serve the Avidia forest, I occasionally offer training courses to the forest rangers. If you want to split hairs, then yes, these courses would be considered as dissemination of information by the academia. But what are they gonna do? Lock me up? I dare them. We'll see how many patients suffering from weird and wonderful ailments start flooding into the Bimarstan every day.
Okay, now I've done the thing. I turned the volume, putting it back down now. Okay, it's going down now. We're done. Okay. Anyway, that's my favorite Tignari voice line. He's fun. He's fun. I quite like him. I don't use him that often, and I should. We should use him more often. Any thoughts on Adepti arts existing before the War of Vengeance and Zabai character stories? Adeptal arts are just arts used by those who undergo cultivation, which was always a thing. Because, like, this is one of those, excuse me, this is one of those moments where I have to reference a really old video I made about visions. Because I was very confused about why Adepti needed visions. And you see, this is coming full circle because in that video, I was talking about maybe visions are actually references to cores from the Xianxia genre of Chinese literature. Because Xianxia is very, very, very popular. And it's all about cultivation and stuff like that. And now what we're seeing is that visions might actually be cores to a degree. Because we're starting to see cores being like the hearts of people, like an organ, like a power source, like a, you know, it's a core. And now we're putting a lot of heavy emphasis on cores, like moon marrows are cores, right? Dottore and Sandrone and Scara, they all have cores. Cores are necessary for them to run. So I don't think it's unreasonable to look at adeptal arts existing prior to the War of Vengeance, because in my opinion, cultivation was probably always a thing. In fact, that was probably the Seelies' job, was to help humans cultivate and to like achieve enlightenment, because a lot of cultivation isn't just about physical strength. It's about understanding and knowledge and all that kind of stuff, right? And that's what Seelies are supposed to do. They're supposed to teach people things. So I don't think it's at all unreasonable to look at it from that perspective. And also, moon wheels existed prior to the War of Vengeance, right? And because moon wheels existed prior to the War of Vengeance, I mean, those are cores. So if they existed, then cultivation techniques to obtain them should have existed to some degree, right? So yeah, okay. My voice is kind of shot. You want Varka, but everyone is saying he's not good, but I love Varka is good. Okay, like let's be clear on something. Varka's good. He's just missing his optimal teammates. Let's put it this way, that way. And so like he doesn't have the same overwhelming numerical ability that all of these lunar reaction characters have. He doesn't have that. So for like a modern DPS in this day and age, he's a little undertuned. But if his goal is to be run in a mono team eventually, then that just means his teammates aren't out yet. And we're just waiting for his ideal teammates. And then he'll probably come up numbers-wise. Or at least his teams will definitely come up numbers-wise. But like, you know, compared to the rest of the cast, he's perfectly serviceable. He's quite good. Like, he's not gonna, I don't know, he's not gonna be a bad pull. It wouldn't be like using Dea as a DPS, right? Like, you're not, he didn't get Dea'd. So, do you think Alua has Fae blood in him based on his character story? It's possible. I don't see why not. I mean, technically, all of the people of Hisi Island have Fae blood in them. So I think it's perfectly reasonable for Alua to have Fae blood. He just looks bad compared to the streak of lunar DPSs. Yeah, exactly. But like I said, I still think he's supposed to be a mono unit. I think he's supposed to be a mono element teams. And I think we just don't have the archetypes. The archetype supports. The supports for those archetypes available yet. Oh, my words are twisting. Varka is supposed to have the witch's homework. Can you even flip that on in the test server? Yes, you can. It's just kind of annoying that teams get so hyper specific meow-a-days. I had to say it that way because that's how I read it. I like how everyone's saying bye to me because I said I should go soon. And Jibby's like, you guys, you gotta say goodbye. You gotta tell her goodbye or she'll never leave. I'll do whatever I want. If I don't want to leave, I'm not gonna leave. If I want to leave, I'll leave. Actually, the only thing that's really gonna like force me to leave or do anything is these two fluff balls by my feet. They will convince me to do anything. Meat. Anyway, I think that's all I have for right now anyway, so there is that. I'm gonna try to have the video all done for tomorrow. Probably not in the morning, but at some point tomorrow is the goal. Yep. And then I have quite the lineup of videos coming. I have 2 Arknights video. I have 2 Star Rail videos. And, well, 2 Genshin videos. Except I don't know what the second one is yet, because we haven't played the Varka quest. But I know I'll do one for that, I just don't know what it is. But, there's 2. You know, you also think my body gets a say in when I'm done? You'd think that, but I had 3 hours of sleep the other day, and I was wired the whole day. Got a full night's sleep last night, and I was all over the place. Anyway. Or my internet dies. That's a distinct possibility. No, I should go, though. I should go. Anyway, thank you all for coming out. I hope this was fun. I hope this was entertaining. You guys are always fun to chat with. And you put up with my sillies. All of the sillies. This should be fun. Hopefully. We'll see. I am interested to see where they go with this original history. I don't want to call it alternate history. I want to call it original or intended history. I think intended history is right. The only thing I'm like really fascinated by though is more the potential of Klee as the Archon statue. That's like the one thing that has me quite curious because they gave us some Statue of Seven lore in Nodcry, but they didn't give us much. So I'm wondering if we're gonna get some more stone or some more lore on the what is it called? The Soul Luna stone? The Soul Luna stone? What was it? What I forget what it's called. The special kind of stone that they make the statues of 7 out of. That's what I'm interested to see if we'll get information on. So I am gonna leave and go read my book. I'm gonna read my book. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. I think you guys are cool. And you all deserve candy. Caramels. You should all have a caramel.